Time to listen to Slay Radio and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. Give me more Commodore 64. Hi, I'm Elsa Persson, and I know that you are listening to the best radio station ever, Slay Radio.
We are live.
We are live indeed.
We are.
And we got it to the right screen right at once.
Yeah. All right.
I'm looking at the live stream as well. I think you may want to do some camera setup still. I think we're not seeing you. We see me, or maybe that's the delay. We've got a little bit of delay, right?
Oh yeah, YouTube. Yeah, it'll definitely be a delay. So I've got the Zoom feed up and it looks good. Let's do this. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Wow.
All right.
This is great.
Yeah.
The funny thing is when we look at our own YouTube stream, it's kind of like, oh, I could make a correction here, but unfortunately we can't. As soon as we speak the words,
yeah,
it's gone. We can't trace it anymore. It's all gone. Jim, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, sir. So CRX, I'm rocking the old school 2017 shirt.
I like it. I had the other one, the gray one that you'd given me for the other live event, but unfortunately, or fortunately, it's gotten a little bit too big. I worked off some of the COVID pounds, so it looked a little bit big on me. So I thought I'll wear a different one.
Oh, cool. That's nice. So we are speaker view. Is that better? I'm not sure if that changes us at all. So,
not for the Zoom that I'm seeing here. I'm just
okay. Oh well, yeah. We'll deal with it.
Yeah, we'll get there. So Jim, let's get started.
All right.
CRX, what is it? 2022.
Yes.
And we're going to start off with a topic that many will remember from past years. But we're going to do a full rewind. We're going to do a full rewind for those people that will be seeing it for the very first time. They'll have a sound understanding of what an adventure can look like and why something that you've used every day on your C64 is all of the sudden something of a big project. I think you had it on speaker view. You put it back on the original one. The original one was better, then you can see us next to each other.
This one?
So, yeah. Otherwise, it keeps me flipping.
But you're looking at the Zoom feed, so who knows? Okay, we'll see how it pans out.
We'll get some feedback, no doubt.
I'm sure.
So, Jim, once upon a time, I remember there was a campaign somewhere on the internet that got a lot of following for a replacement set of keycaps for our beloved C64 machine. It was a big deal because many people that had their C64 over time had lost keys, probably out of frustration of playing games like Decathlon, Hero, or other ones, or just code that you had typed in that would never work. And a keyboard campaign was started, but it looks like it was never finished. Somehow that campaign went nowhere. Money was taken from people, may or may not have been returned. That's all not as interesting, but at the end, no keycaps were ever created. And then I remember you, at some point in time, we had a dialogue and you said, I think I'm going to try and see if I can pull off a campaign where we can finally get ourselves some new keycaps, because I've got so many machines myself now and I get questions about this all the time. Surely this can't be that complicated.
Well, yeah. My interest really stemmed from the fact that, remember, there was another campaign on Indiegogo, or remember the Kickstarter, one of the two. Dallas Moore found the original molds for the Commodore C64 C cases, and he was going to be making cases that were clear. And so not long after that, this other keycap campaign came out and offering clear keycaps. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be cool to have a clear case with clear keycaps? I'd backlight it and everything would be great. And so I backed that campaign, like a lot of people did, with that whole thing in mind. And, I have no idea that I'll be doing a keycap campaign someday. But when that happened, and it failed, and it was like, I don't know, it was a year or something like this afterwards. There was a couple of people who contacted me saying, hey, why don't you do this? And so like Amiga Love, if you ever go to that website, amigalove.com.
Yeah.
So that gentleman I've known for a while now. He's like, yeah, I've looked into this whole myself, and he actually emailed me. He said, so what would you think if I could come up with keycaps that were $275 a set? And I said, you're crazy. No one's going to pay $275 for, a set of keycaps.
Right,
And
right.
he's like, well, I did some research and this is what it costs. And, so I thought, well, let me look into it. And it turns out that one of the, so Eric Hill is the person who is the person owns Amiga Love, who was doing
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And I've ended up finding the exact same source in the US that he actually got a quote from. And they told me that. It's like, yeah, we just had a guy do the same thing. And so what, it's like $220,000 for tooling, and it's $160 a set for the keycaps. And like, wow, that's crazy. And so I've done a lot of injection molding work over the last 25, 30 years or so, but it's all done out of Taiwan or China because it's, not affordable here really.
Right.
Of EPA and all the different, things that happen here. So I started looking into the whole idea of what it would cost to get, the tooling done, and then the per cap, costs. And so I kind of figured out, it's like, yeah. And then I thought, I think maybe it'd be better is it if I could get this guy's molds from him that did the original one.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it.
I mean, I get
enormous amount of time and money.
Well, time for sure, money for maybe. I mean, it depends, what he wanted for him.
Yeah.
So I had sent him. So there was a bunch of guys behind the scenes that are all involved with this and knew what was going on. And Eric is one of them. And I sent the guy a message, saying, hey, I would like to purchase your backer list of all your people and possibly all your keycaps that you have currently, and then I can find a source to get them printed. Because if you look at the history of that campaign, he apparently had made keycaps because there was boxes of hundreds, if not thousands of them sitting there. And I thought, well, that part's done. If as long as they, snap in and they work, then it shouldn't be an issue. And so I thought, okay. So I sent that, and I kid you not, I told everybody I was sending the message. I kid you not, like within a few hours on the Indiegogo campaign, there was an update that said, I'm still doing this, blah, 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 blah. And he sent me an email back saying, if you even attempt to do your own campaign, I'm going to release mine. So yours fails.
Wow.
And so I thought, well, that's kind of a strange ploy. And, I'm like, well, maybe I should just tell this guy, I'm going to do it. So we can all get our keycaps. And then we
finally all get the keycaps.
Right. So I spent another probably 6 months doing some research on, the keycap shapes and various things like this. And honestly, I mean, the backstory yourself, Yuri. So I thought I knew everything about keycaps.
Right, and we'll get into that because we got a bit of time on that, and we'll get into that. Jim, first of all, let's change the view again to the other one. It is flipped to the other one. So because this is an interesting thing.
Okay.
Getting products created to you is not new. You've had mass-produced products,
millions of pieces.
While it weren't keycaps, producing plastic at scale, if I may call it that. It's something that you're not unknown to, have been done for at least the past 20 odd years. So from a design point of view, and getting this into mass production and getting this out into a commercial and individual market is not something that you were unknown to. So it made a lot of sense. It's interesting that in the beginning, it may have been a real short campaign if he indeed would have released it. Your job was done. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
No.
So, obviously, with your background, having produced cartridges, enhancements, other items, having been involved with Commodore for so long, a bread bin is a bread bin is a bread bin. Well, we know that wasn't the case. We've seen all different colors. We've seen keyboards with a little bit of a different signage on that and all of that. But as far as I'm concerned, if I look back in time, I never actually really looked at the keyboard from close by and think like, oh, this one is different from another. So turns out that is a little bit more complicated than one may have thought initially.
That's true. So let's think about this. So our beloved 64, which turns 40 or has now turned 40 years old, #1 best-selling computer in history, 17 million units sold plus. Okay, if you look at from a technical standpoint of what that entails. So if you look at 17 million computers, there's 17 million keyboards.
Right.
And with 66 keycaps on each keyboard, 66 times 17 million, that tells you how many pieces of plastic that were made.
Right.
That's a lot of plastic. Okay. And if you look at the requirements, especially back in the 80s, what they could do for technology and tooling, you'd only have so many shots you can do in a mold before it's technically worn out. You have to replace it.
Right.
And so let's say Commodore was about, I mean, typically back in the day, steel mold, you could get 500,000 shots out of it before you really need to replace it. Knowing Commodore, they got 1 million because that's how Commodore was.
They'll squeeze the last bit out of it.
Sure. If you think about that, so if we had 17 million computers, we'd have to have 17 sets of molds.
Right.
And we know for a fact that Commodore computers were produced in different countries. We can see that by looking at our ID stickers on the bottom of different Commodores.
Yeah.
And so you look at that many variables in the situation, because back then they didn't have SolidWorks.
Yeah.
They didn't have like actual CAD data that was like, well, they did, but it was, pretty rudimentary compared to today.
Right.
And so when you go to make your tooling, every single mold's going to be slightly different because they're not made on the same CNC machine.
Right.
I'm sure they're probably done by hand back in the day, or pretty close to by hand, all
Right.
of them. So the variance you see between keycaps is, for the layman, they all look the same. You look, let's keycap, it's a keyboard. And the only real difference that we ever saw was when the C64C came out, because it had top printed only, no face printing at all. So that was a dramatic change. And if you pull a keycap off and compare the differences between the two, the originals were done with what's called a double shot mold. And so what that is the lettering that you see on the top of the keyboards, that is actually embossed into the brown plastic. And it's two separate pieces and they're fused together. And so that makes one keycap as two pieces.
Yeah.
The C64C, because Commodore was on a wild binge to reduce the cost of everything.
Yeah.
Those keycaps are single shot, and therefore they're printed on top. And so they didn't want to do any printing on the face to reduce cost. They put everything on the top side. So it's a single shot. So that's what you would see if you pull a 64C's keycap off. You're going to see just a hollow, empty, very lightweight compared to the other ones. And if you actually press on the keyboards side by side, there's a difference you can hear physically.
Right.
Because it's one's more tinny than the other. Where the bread bin's like a solid thunk. When you're hitting the thunk, 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 thunk. So that's a big difference there. But that's really the only difference you would know as a user between the two.
So was that your starting point then as well, when you kind of started looking at this? Were you kind of thinking like, okay, there's probably going to be two variations,
Well, that was about it. Yeah, I always thought that was good. It can be this and this. And then so for a campaign, I was thinking, obviously it's cheaper and easier to do top printing.
Sure.
I'm not a big fan of top printing.
Technology has progressed quite a bit in the past 40 years.
Sure, yeah. So it was a much easier way to do that. So I was thinking for a campaign, let's just do top printing. I don't have to worry about doing face printing. There's no way we're going to do double shot mold because it'll be too expensive. Even in China, it would be really expensive to do unless we're making 1 million keyboards. But you look at the grand scheme of things, how many people today really want to have brand new keycaps for the C64? So, I mean, there's 17 million keyboards out there with brown keycaps. I'll probably don't want to make a bunch of brown keycaps. Well, we learned later on that's not the case as well. People want brown. So, there's a little thought went into some of this stuff. And I thought, well, okay, I know I can do this. And how do I get the keycap shape? And so that was the big issue there to get the shape. Before all of that, though, I mean, you and I had conversations about this in the very beginning about the legalities of this. So that was a consideration as well. So there's legalities and finances and, do I want to do this myself? Or should I actually do it as a campaign? Because that's just a bad strike right off the get because of the bad taste in the mouth everybody got from the first one.
Right.
So is it, but I look at this way too, myself financially, it's like, okay, if I'm going to spend $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 on something or more, am I going to recoup that? So it didn't make a whole lot of sense not to do a campaign in that regard, because if it failed, well, that's too bad. I tried, you
Yeah.
know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's kind of where my thought process was for all these different things. So I had this big long list of things that I need to check off before I started. And then, you know, I talked with, you know, all of our CRX guys, and I've been knowing since day one all about all this.
So at what moment in time did you know, because I know you looked at different locales to try and see if this could be produced. At what moment in time did you realize that that the US was going to be a no-go? Because I know you sent out to a very broad set of suppliers.
Yeah.
To come to the one that you're with right now.
Well, let's put it this way. So I've come from the UAV industry and making parts for UAV and UAS aircraft.
Yeah.
And so I've been doing plastic injection molding for that industry for a long time. And unfortunately, I have a history of knowing exactly what it cost here in the US already.
Yeah.
But I went ahead and I reached out anyway to the various suppliers just to see so I could get an idea. And I really wanted to stay here if possible, because the nice thing about staying in the US is that I can go knock on someone's door very easily and go, hey, where's my stuff, you know? And so that's why I try to stay US as much as possible, just for that very reason alone. But yeah, right away, Yuri, it was pretty obvious there was no way that we were gonna build, like, you know, Eric had said, who's gonna pay, you know, $275 for a set of keycaps, you know, just to cover the cost of tooling. And that's basically, you know, how many sets are you gonna need? Like 1,000 or maybe 2,000 sets at most. I mean, there's 17 million computers, but realistically, how many of us are there?
I really into this. Now that's an interesting piece as well, because turns out there's a lot more people than involved interested in this.
True, and I think a lot of that has to do with some of the forethought up front with how do you entice somebody to want to have a new set of keycaps and like colors. I mean, something that's different, original. That's the only way, because I could not fathom myself putting brown keycaps on another computer again. It doesn't make sense to me. But you know what? There's a lot of people that got brown. So
which is super interesting as well. So you've decided from a financial point of view kind of what it about is going to be costing before you'll be able to create a campaign, start gaining some of the interest. But that a lot of that is still done with a lot of assumptions on kind of like what the true production process is going to look like. You can copy paste a lot of the knowledge that you used for designing products in the past, which you all have done in-house, the actual design, then to outsource the production of this. So that's a good start. But then you actually get a keyboard. At what moment in time did you pick up a keyboard to start? How do you even go about? How do you get a key? How do you get from a key that you pull off a keyboard to something that you eventually, you know, send off for fabrication as part of a mold? And what does a mold then look like? Is that one big thing that just has a keyboard, or what does that actually
so
on a journey there?
So once I decided to go ahead and do this, then I started looking at feasibility. You know, how feasible is it to actually recreate this shape? And the shape itself, there's no patents on or anything like that at all, so that wasn't a concern. It came, I mean, Commodore got it from one of their calculator suppliers back in the day. You'll find the same keycap in some of their stuff back in the day. So I thought, okay, so I know I can scan this, so I have a 3D scanner, and I've used it before for replicating the foil pattern on a blade for a ducted fan assembly. And so I've done quite a bit of work on that stuff. And I thought, well, you know, it's just it's a curve, just like a fan blade is. So as you'll see in the Indiegogo video, they actually did like a real fast synopsis of how the whole thing was done. So I put it on this 3D scanner, and basically you scan it, and you scan it, I think I scanned it 24 times, each keycap, each shape. And we can talk about the shapes too, because that's an important factor in this. So you have to turn it upside down, every possible angle you get on this, and you scan all the different angles. And then there's software for the 3D scanner that's called stitching software. And it actually takes and stitches the entire thing together into a 3D model. And that gives you a pretty rough shape. I mean, it's not like great probably, I think this one's 180 DPI is what it is. So it's not
Okay.
like super perfect, but it's good enough to give you the reference points for the edges, which is what I
Okay.
really needed, is the actual shape itself.
Okay.
And then, so once you scan that in, then you can put it into 3D modeling software,
Yeah.
and then you can start, cleaning it up and looking at, the height wise. And so as we're going through all this thing, we discover a lot of things that change between keycaps that I had no clue.
So well, yeah, and let's start with just one first keyboard. If you kind of
Okay.
look at the first keyboard, so not all these keys are the same. I now know, but if someone would have asked me, then I would say, well, there's probably, the shift key is different.
Yeah.
The turn key is different. And then the F keys are different, the function key, that's about it.
Right. So if you look at a keyboard, I've got a keyboard here. So
Yeah.
like you're saying, everything looks pretty much the same as far as shape goes.
Right.
Until you do this. You start looking at the,
you
contour.
see the angles immediately.
Yeah, they're all different. And so what they did for this keyboard, and it's common on all keyboards, we don't even realize it, except for modern day keyboards, for whatever reason, most all of them are now flat, so you don't ever see this kind of an issue.
Right.
So each row, we call this is row 1,
Yeah.
and the second row 2, row 3, and row 4.
Right.
These all have, and this row extends all the way out to the function key, by the way.
Right.
So this shape is all identical for every single row.
Right.
The width may be different because of it being a control key or a function key or a shift key, but the actual physical shape of the contour of the keycap, let's see if I can turn this around and make it a little better this way.
Oh yeah, totally different.
Yeah, they're all slightly different.
Yeah.
And slightly is a relative term too, because they're all radically different when you start looking at from a solid modeling prospect. So I pull one key off. And actually, if you look at the Indiegogo campaign video, you'll see that I end up pulling off the left arrow key and the number 1 key out of row 1. And those are the 2 keys that I actually worked with for probably maybe 2 months before I actually came up with the shape that I liked. So the community is great. And I have to say that once I had mentioned this to some people in the community, they started jumping on board and said, hey, I can, help you do this and I can help you do that. I'm like,
fantastic.
Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah. So a guy by the name of Dan Tootle, who's in the UK. Hi, Dan. He actually said, hey, I've been working with Blender on these shapes. And he sent me his shapes. I'm like, well, they're pretty close. And how I know this is that I could take his shapes and I could overlay my 3D model, and I could see the ones that were an issue here and there. In fact, I'll show you that a little bit later, and we can look at SolidWorks stuff.
Yeah.
How that all panned out. So once I got the basic shape and had done, then of course the next thing is to it's a hollow shell.
Yeah.
So well, you can't just put a hollow shell on top of a keyboard and expect it to stay there.
Right.
So then you have to have the stem receptacle, which is the innards part.
Yeah.
And so that has to be able to snap into this. And so I took a stem apart, recreated a stem in SolidWorks, and was able to join it on the keycap. And so, it was in place and the whole 9 yards. Like, oh, that's good. So then like, okay, well, it's practical, testing now has to be done. So I have a 3D resin printer. Yeah, because FDM wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to be a high enough resolution to really see what's going on. So you'll see pictures also in the Indiegogo campaign of my resin printer with a whole bunch of stems and then keycaps. So I printed both, and then I could push them together and see how they fit and look at clearance tolerances and stuff. And if you make something in clear on a 3D resin printer, it's great because you can see through it. So you can see what's going on. And so that was really advantageous to have that capability to test fit. And it's something that I've done in the past with everything, really, doing 3D samples of various parts to make sure things fit. So this whole thing wasn't anything new to me at all. It's just another process I've done before.
Right.
And so
the base version that Dan had versus the scan version and initial drawings that you had, they seemed largely compatible, and you were able to kind of work out the difference, why there were differences in this. So were you with that? How many keys did you have to design for that one initial keyboard then? Had you calculated how many different variations of
Well,
keys?
so there's 10 different shapes total.
10 different shapes. Okay.
Yeah, 10 different shapes. And 4 of the rows and all those shapes are the same profile. Let's call it a profile. So a side view profile. So the ramp or the recess in them and the height of them, because if you take a look at the way the keyboard's done, it's actually a bevel like this in the middle. The middle is deeper than the top and the bottom. And so it's just slight, but it is that way. And then the angle of each one of the keycaps is slightly different to meet your fingers. And so if you were out there watching this video, grab your 64 and go take a look yourself, and you might be very surprised at how well that was designed to fit your fingers. Because your fingers, they extend outward and then down in the rows, and they're designed so that when you flex your finger, the height is correct for your finger stretch. And so that's why they're designed that way. So yeah, once I got this contour done and figured this whole thing out, at that point, I thought, oh, I'm done. I got everything worked out.
You basically have a theoretical model. You've been able to
got all 10 shapes, got the widths, got the profiles, everything's all done, looks good. Printed them, and I actually made samples. In fact, let's see. So this is actually the original. This is the old school one here. So you can see the blue keycaps or the bluish color or grayish. Yeah, these are the actual ones I 3D printed.
Okay.
And so that's what they look like when they came out. I wish this camera would focus better, but you know what?
Yeah, we can see the SLA. So those clear ones, the clear blue, grayish ones, those are SLA printed models.
Well, correct. These are the resin printing, and I use an Elegoo resin printer. I used a Mars for these, and then I got a Saturn right after this project started. And so these work great, and you can see there. I mean, it's a keyboard. They look like the original thing. And so the resolution on this is, I think, 50 micron. Which is plenty good enough resolution for what we're doing in this, So once I got everything done, and I have to say everything done, then I decided to go ahead and make a campaign at that point. And,
so that is the moment. So, and that's interesting as well. So a lot of the campaigns have been started out of kind of like the theory of a great idea, but you actually already had an initial functional model created for every key that would fit on a keyboard. So you kind of had a proof of concept for yourself with, okay, I know you can skip in a whole bunch of steps, and you can basically say, I got the base design here already. I now just need to see how much interest there is to try and see if it indeed is feasible to get these things produced en masse.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's that happened in September.
So let's do this, because I know it gets weird after that, because then you start finding out through that campaign that there's more variation. So maybe what we'll do is we'll pause at this point a little bit.
Okay.
And maybe go to your design, the design software, to kind of take a look at some of at some of this.
Okay. Let me
because then from a timing point of view and how it kind of fits in the entire campaign fits nicely as well.
Right. So let's see. Can you see this? Yep,
yeah,
I guess
got
you can.
The full screen here.
Okay. So this is what ended up being generated by the 3D scanner. And it's not like zoom in here, you can see. So if you're familiar with 3D printing at all, which you are obviously, everything in an STL file and pretty much anything scanned is done in triangles. And so you can see that this is a whole bunch of triangles. That's what it's made out of.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we needed to do was overlay this with what we need to come up with. So you can see this is kind of like sketchy, where you see parts coming through.
Yeah.
So this is the actual 3D model that is it's actually correct. And so you'll see this is how much variation there is in the Commodore keycap itself. So if you build something that's fully symmetrical, so that you're building with with an actual CAD program, you can see these, like this section here, this is off.
Yeah,
And
it's
so,
off. And
yeah,
and a result of either the mold or the design methodology
the
used
tooling, we're
or
wearing
both.
out or whatever the cause for it, it's
Yeah.
off. So
Yeah.
if we go ahead and we hide this part, we end up with this. And
Right.
this is actually hollow because I don't have the top and this one put in. But so this ends up being fully symmetrical. So realistically, the keycaps that I've produced now, these are actually better than what Commodore had done as
as
far
they
as.
would have been intended, would they have had the right,
Oh, absolutely.
the same tools,
Yep.
if you will.
Yep, absolutely.
Right.
So let me show you.
But otherwise, a pretty minor difference. If I look at, if you go back to that previous view where you had the overlay, it's pretty minor. It's almost kind of like it reminds me a little bit of the clay shaving that they do with cars when they model a new design car.
Yeah, you can see here I've actually highlighted the differences.
Right. Yeah.
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 So I mean, it's close. Obviously, you would never know looking at a keycap, and obviously nobody has ever noticed the difference.
And basically, what you did here is you reverse engineered the original design. That's really what you did. You created the this would have been the design, obviously in very modern tools in this case.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep. Okay, so that's the cap. So I guess we can just, now that we've seen this part, which is the most important part here.
Yeah, how does that then fit on a keyboard? Because it's hollow at here.
Okay, so it's like you said, it's hollow here. And so what I end up having to do is go to, actually, let me do the test fit one here. Here. So this is the insert piece up here. This one that's highlighted now. And this is the plunger. So if I hide the insert here, so this is what the plunger looks like. So if you ever took a keyboard apart.
So many people will not have done that, because if you've got a working keyboard, the last thing you want to do is kind of pull it up, I would think, you know, knowing how brittle they are. What piece sits kind of below the plastic, if you will? But,
okay, so inside of here, on the back side of this is a carbonized rubber piece.
Okay.
And that is what makes contact with the PCB that sits under it.
Right.
So this has actually got a little bit of a rubber cushioning thing to it.
Yeah.
And of course, we know that there's a spring that pulls this assembly in one direction so it doesn't fall. Yeah. And so this is basically how the whole thing works, is that this is a rubber piece in the bottom here, makes contact, and that's the whole 9 yards. So you can see that we have a little plus symbol here.
Yeah.
And these are little ridges. These are actually the hooks to hold us in place. And I'm not sure what this was. I think that's probably an injector tool mark is what it probably was, or something at one time. I'm not sure. Okay. But I just took a keycap or a stem apart and I modeled it, and this is what I came up with. So this is pretty accurate. I actually scanned this at first, and then I started looking at the measurements, and everything was uniformly correct. It's like there was the it's funny too, is that, you know, in 1980 whatever, you know, early 80s when this is made, well, you know, this is the same thing in the
81, 82.
Well, the VIC 20 used the same stem too. Yeah. So we're looking at, you know.
Oh yeah, even before that, 78 or so. Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah.
So back then, the United States never used metric for anything.
Okay.
So we've only been, you know, using metric since like really the later 80s and 90s, and then it kind of went away. And so the measurements for this stuff, some of it's metric, some of it's not. So that was an interesting thing to figure out, what was designed by what. So if something was designed in Japan, then it's going to be metric.
Okay.
If it was done in the US, it's not. So you can tell pretty easily just by miking this out and figuring out what the length is. If it's not an equal metric length, then it's not done in, you know, outside the US.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I was able to just 3D model this, basically measuring it, and it matched the scan. Almost, I mean, the scan was actually really good compared to the keycap. There was hardly any variance at all. So yeah, you have to have this. And so this insert piece that we have here, let me actually make this solid there. So this insert piece, this is what goes inside of the keycap.
Okay, that is the piece that fits in that hollow, hollow keycap as you just had shown it. Okay.
Yep, and so I can switch to another view, as long as SolidWorks there. So now you can see this is a keycap and the thing put together.
Right.
And so if we were to hide the plunger, so you can look inside, and if you take
we see that cross again.
Yep. So you see the little cross pattern. That's where it's designed. This is the actual final CAD data, by the way, for the keycap. So I'll give you an idea. That's why it says R1 inside. They're marked inside for each one, and for each row.
So what I'm also seeing then, it's so it wasn't necessarily just a press fit. I would always have thought it was kind of like a here, if you will, and it just got like with a certain force pushed in, and that's it.
No. And so that's where we started learning the differences of all this. So on December 15th, I launched the campaign.
Right.
With a lot of fanfare and big support, which I honestly,
the whole community started. You didn't have to do anything really. It was the whole community started reposting and sharing on.
And you know how skeptical I was of this whole thing. You know, I thought for sure there was no way that was going to ever get funded. But I thought, well, I'm going to give it to college a try, you know.
Right.
And see. So in the interim, while this is all going on, by the way, so we skip back a little bit before the campaign. So in September is when I had finalized all this data and what I thought was final data, and had selected a keyboard manufacturer. So the one I had selected is was a large gaming keyboard manufacturer.
Okay.
In fact, they make keyboards for Asus and a lot of companies. So the backlit, you know, beautiful gaming keyboards. And so I really wanted to go after a company that had experience making keycaps. I mean, there's a lot of companies that can make, you know, any kind of plastic. And any kind of company really could make keycaps. But I thought, you know, if there's a company that knows any kind of, you know, ins and outs and issues, it's going to be somebody that does this all the time.
Right.
And so that's who I chose. And I spent a lot of time with those people. And they're like, they looked at the CAD data and they said, this is really simple. I'm like, that's what I want to hear. You know, I don't want to hear the fact that, oh, this is really hard to do and all that. So they were on board. Everything was great. And then the community was great about getting the stuff released. And then somebody, and I probably should just beat this person. Somebody on Indiegogo had posted, will it work with this particular type of keycap? I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a Commodore keycap.
Yeah.
Well, no, the 64C has got short stems. Oh, what's a short stem?
What on earth?
What are you talking
about?
Short stem. Okay, so sure enough, I go and grab the 64C that I had sitting here, and I will show you the difference here. So on a standard 64 keyboard, it has what we call the 5mm plunger. So that means from the base of this to the top of this is 5mm.
Okay.
And for Commodore, for whatever reason, and I'm guessing it's because they wanted to cut corners, they made a 3.5mm plunger.
Oh, goodness.
And so you can right away see the difference here. That's how much taller that one is. It also is a different location for the tang that holds the keycap in.
Oh my goodness.
Which also means that the short plunger are not compatible with the long plunger keycaps, period.
Right.
And so if you see in the forums periodically over the years, you see somebody say, hey, I don't understand what's going on. I got a new keycap for my, you know, broken keyboard, and the keycap falls off.
Oh my goodness.
And this is why. So ironically, you can put the short keycap on the long plunger, but you can't do can't go the other way around.
Can't go because it was never designed that way.
Right. So I mean, literally, Commodore made in fact, I'll hide this. See,
they made it as one integral
unit. And it's also a slightly different shape too. You notice the top is more flat and rounded off here, and there's no bevel and stuff. So this is the exact copy of the short plungered version of it.
Okay.
So I had no clue about this, and we found out probably, I don't know, maybe 10 days into the campaign, probably.
Okay.
And So then I started frantically emailing everybody that knows about this stuff.
Yeah.
And Dan Tootle, the guy that
Yeah.
helped with the shape and stuff.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, Dan," I said, "what do you know about this?" He's like, "They're different, you know."
Yeah.
So I started looking at the problem I had here is that my keycaps were designed and finished for the long.
Right.
And so you put the short, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
They fall off. Literally,
Yeah, they would fall off just like the original, as per
Yeah.
design, you could say.
Yeah. And so this was all the way up. The campaign ended January 15th. It went 1 month. And I think by the end of January, I had pretty much come up with a solution, but it took a lot of people and a lot of, you know, test fitting, a lot of 3D printing for sure.
Right.
And so what I ended up doing was, I'll show you the insert, and I will make this transparent.
It all looks so easy once you're.
Oh, it looks, yeah. And you know, it's funny, you whip this around, it's like, oh, that looks great. That's cool.
Exactly.
Okay, so what I end up having to do, it's probably easier to just hide this thing, is, so if you notice there's 4 sides of this on the plus mark, okay?
Right.
And each side has a tang that holds in the lock.
Right.
What I ended up doing was splitting them. And so if you take a look at this,
oh, here you can see it immediately. Yeah.
So you see the height difference?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I'm doing
with a little bit different.
Yeah. So each side has the taller for the 5mm, and each side has a lower for the 3.5.
Got it.
And so this locks. It's not a great lock. I mean, it holds the keycap in place. It's not going to come apart or anything.
Right.
It locks in place, but it's kind of funny. It's not the definite snap that you get from the other one, but it's like a little bit of a clunk, and it holds in place. And I've got keyboards that I've had keycaps on for a year and a half.
Yeah, a lot longer than you had wished for.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, but you can see what I had to do here.
Yeah.
And so that's the only thing it
clever
makes.
Solution.
Well, it's like an emergency solution, you know, to get these both to fit correctly in here. I mean, you can see here, if I can zoom this one, you can see this is the 3.5 one, so it uses the lower one.
Right.
And this one uses the upper one on the other side of here. So yeah, it's just what it is. Now, there's one thing that I have noticed that people will have to be aware of for this campaign when they're doing this anyway.
Sure. When
Commodore made these tangs, I'll put the good one back up. That's the one I like the best. Fortunately, there's only probably a couple million short ones.
Okay.
And the rest are all long, like this one. And you can see, like I said, there's like a little bit of a bevel here. It's like basically they just chop the top of this off. Now, what's funny is so Dan Tootle and I were talking, you and I have talked about this as well. So if you've got 1 million stems, you've got let's say 1 million computers.
Right.
With 66 stems.
Yeah.
And if you were to cut off this much plastic on each one of them, how much plastic would you save?
Yeah, a boatload.
A boatload, for real.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure that's why they did it. It was, you know.
Yeah, it's like, it was definitely, it's clearly a cost-cutting exercise. Yeah.
Right. And so the problem is, of course, is if you look at the way these tangs are designed, you see like there's a little bit of a rounded edge here.
Yeah.
Well, I added the rounded edge because they're not round from the factory. And the only reason I know this is that I actually cut a keycap in half.
Okay.
And dislodged it from this mechanism without pulling it up.
Yeah.
When you pull it up, it rounds this off.
Okay.
And it also can actually
so
break
as soon as the first time you pull key off, this is really what it would look like if you put it under a microscope.
Absolutely right.
Okay.
So, and it's worse than that because there's a lot of times where this whole entire tang breaks off.
Right.
When you dislodge it. They were never designed to be a cleanable keyboard.
Obviously not. Yeah, to be replaceable keycaps.
Yeah, never been designed for that at all. And so this is one thing that people are going to have to pay attention to when you pull your keycap off your stem, is that you run the risk of, well, you'll definitely round this, but you run the risk of snapping this off. And so there may be cases, maybe quite a few actually, where somebody may actually have to use glue to pop the
Yeah,
keycap on.
put some super glue on it and
So,
then
yeah,
put
and
it
just
in there.
it'd be fine.
So
And-
so to that point, because you bring up a good point here, this is just the reality of working with equipment that's going to be 40 years old. That plastic is going to be in different stages of breakage over decades in this case.
Sure.
So some of that may happen. If you look at that, which may be a pretty common situation, I think with the crossmark setup that you've got, it is a pretty tight fit.
Yes.
And it's really just a locking. So putting a drop of super glue or something on it would not make for a wobbly key or anything.
No. It's actually pinched in. So if you look at what happens, so I spent quite
even. That's actually a good. Yeah.
So
it's, yeah.
What I actually wanted to make sure would happen is that the sides that don't mate, like if you look here, like this area right here doesn't mate with this one. It actually goes above it,
right,
deeper into it, and so that actually squishes into the plastic and actually holds in place.
Right.
And so I did some testing where I actually cut off.
Like a press fit almost.
It is. It's you know, it's a lot like the Cherry MX switches where there's simply a press fit. You know, they've got an amount of draft and the plastic pushes down and just squeezes it placed and you're done.
Right.
So the only reason we have to have these snaps is because under here is our illustrious spring.
Yes.
And the spring pushes the, you know, the keycap up.
Yes.
And holds it in the upward position. Otherwise, we wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter.
Right.
So yeah, I made sure that the tolerances are a little bit tight on purpose. And so when you snap it in place, you feel a little bit of a clunk to it, but it's really squishy kind of because there's that much pressure inside of it.
Right.
And I wanted to make sure that we had enough pressure to hold the keycap in place. And like I said, I've got keycaps here. I mean, these are actual production keycaps that are on here.
Right.
These are the clear ones. I've had these on for, I don't know, a year, literally, probably. Right. And so they're, you know, you can see the spring is in there.
Yeah.
We'll somewhere in there, you can see the spring.
Yeah. Are people going to have to disassemble this in a area where there's no shag carpet? Are these springs bound to spring?
Well, the springs, yeah, they're pretty springy, as you know. You probably want to put it on a desk with you know, maybe like a towel or something where you can, so they don't roll around. Now, one thing that you probably will not have to do, I'm hoping, is take apart the PCB part.
Well, and that's, you bring up such a good point there. So for those that haven't seen a PCB of the C64 from the underside, you would need to go off sharing for a second because it's otherwise, if you look at the bottom of that.
Here's a good idea. There's a PCB that's actually, and you look, there's a million screws.
Yeah, there is really, really it is. I don't even,
a lot of screws.
Far over 20. How many screws are in there? And they're all tiny, the ones that you use on your glasses, that type of.
And then so this is where the PCB is removed, and you can see all of the little plunger pieces that are in here that pop up. And so there's a rubber piece, if this will actually focus.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
The rubber pieces in there. And that's what makes contact with the PCB to register your key press.
Right. Now, out of interest, these plungers that you speak of here, are they the same? Are they the same across the keyboard? Just out of interest. Okay, yeah.
Because we're sharing the other screen. So
these oh my goodness, these little screws. Oh my goodness, it's just the time it takes to take that apart.
So the rubber pieces are all identical in all of them. And then the plunger for the space bar is one. I thought it would be one. It's a single one. I thought it'd be multiple, but it's not.
Yeah. So if anybody ever wondered why that space bar never really worked when you operated from the left or the right, well, thank Commodore.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you look at the you'll see there's a so that actually this fits really well with that's one thing I did change, by the way. So the space bar actually works better than the
well, and talk a bit about that, because I remember the dialogue about that, because it's one of the grievances about the original keyboard. If you press too far to the left or to the right, you know, the space will be, you know, maybe working.
If you take a look at Commodore's bracing under the original space bar, the bracing wasn't quite right as far as with the idea of trying to make it stable this way.
Right. Yeah.
So, and that's the problem, is that you push down on one side, it actually twists the keycap slightly. And if you go look, everyone's got to grab their keyboards now and go look at their, pushing on
Yeah.
it. It'll list a little bit, but it actually twists a little bit as well. And that little bit of action, even though you don't think it's very much, it's enough to actually cause, like if you push on the corner, it may not to register because it doesn't push down far enough because you're pushing, basically it stops on the plastic.
Right.
And that's the big issue. So another thing, while we were going through and figuring out this little problem with the plungers, that's when Dan Tootle and I started going through dozens of keyboards. And I have a bunch of keyboards. Dan's got a bunch of keyboards. And we were like, do you realize that the keys all vary in height by 1.5 millimeters from set to set? Yeah. So the physical height of it. And so what you want to make sure is that it doesn't actually hit, like you can see.
The bottom. So it would, because it wouldn't, otherwise.
Right, this actually will hit bottom on the space bar.
Yeah.
And so as you can see on the other side, guess what's not hitting bottom, which is exactly what we're talking about, why there's an issue with the stock one. I did better. In fact, let me see how much better I did. I haven't looked in forever, but I think I did a little bit better. Let me see. This whole plastic, yeah. So it comes down almost flat now. So it's better. Yeah. And I did that by the way the bracing's done. You can see the bracing through here. Yeah. So I did the ribbing so that it would be a little stronger.
Yeah, less torquing.
Exactly. Yeah. So the 64C keycaps are a different height than the 64 breadbin. Mm-hmm. They're 1.2 millimeters shorter. Again,
so talk about that for a little
cost
bit.
Savings.
Is that just the bottom piece, so they're shape-wise the same, but they're just shaved off a little bit? Is that
correct?
How I should
think
about it?
So it's the height-wise is identical between all of them. So you can put a 64C on a breadbin and back and forth, and they're, as long as the stem works, then they're the same height. Everything's the same, but the length of the key to the base is shorter on the 64C, and it's also shorter on some revisions of the breadbin, and it's also taller on some revisions of the breadbin. So there's a lot of variance in there, and so we didn't realize that. Then we also found out that there's actual different keyboards. So some of the PETS keyboards and VIC-20 keyboards ended up in the 64, and some of the very first ones. So one thing you'll notice about the keycaps is kind of odd, is the fact that the function key, you would think that the keycap would be dead center, the plunger, and it's not. You can look and you can see here's the plunger
to
here.
The right.
It's offset. So you can see.
Why have you ever kind of also theorized why that might have been?
My theory is that they got the tooling for something that existed already, and they went with it, and they made the keycaps this way. I don't know. I mean, I have really no
there's
explanation
no other
for it.
rhyme or reason. There's no technical reason that makes a lot of sense.
Here's the crazy thing. I've got other keyboard as well that the plunger for those is dead center.
Huh.
But they're completely different type of keycap, and they're identical to like a Cherry MX where there's no spring. The spring's internal, so they're completely different. I think for what we traced it back is that some of remember the C64 educator models that were in a PET chassis? Yeah. I think that some of those came from that, but nobody knows. I mean, Leonard Trammell might know some history on that. I don't know.
It will all have to do with dollars and cents, that's for sure.
Yeah,
that we know for sure.
Well, we know for a fact when the C64C came out that was a cost reduction run.
Right.
And so everything under the sun at that point. Well, we also know like Commodore in general is this way too. Like look at the first 80,000 or so C64s that came out with the silver label.
Right.
Those had orange keycaps.
Yeah.
For the function keys.
Yeah.
From the VIC-20.
Yeah.
So obviously we're using VIC-20 keycaps in a 64 to get rid of inventory.
Right.
Before we go to the grade.
So we spoke about the torque on the spacebar,
Mm-hmm.
with engaging the function keys. Did you have to make any changes to the base design that you were replicating here, or was there no need for that, or?
No, I left it all the same because the fact that there's not much you can do. The cap doesn't twist.
Okay. It's too short to be able to twist. Really.
Right, it's too short, so there's no leverage to be able to twist on that. The base is still flat, so the best thing you can do to prevent any kind of a wobble issue is to make a uniform bases that are as large as possible, that fit snugly together as possible. If you've got two big flat surfaces together, they're less likely to move around and to wobble than it is like a very small section where it can actually ball and move.
Sorry, please.
No, go ahead.
So now you've come to a design that, with modifications post initial design, basically fits, you could say, the vast majority of keyboards anywhere. And we're going to find keyboards somewhere that are going to be yet different, because it's Commodore, so there's always going to be some exception somewhere. No doubt. And those people should hold on to those keyboards, not touch them and put them on a special shelf, because you got something special there.
Yes. Yep.
Then the campaign kind of is underway. What are you seeing in the campaign? I know you're seeing, like, social media and Commodore fan sites are picking this thing up. Every man and the mother is talking about this. Obviously, a lot of different opinions, because a lot of people have sank money into a campaign, or, you know, a little bit apprehensive. But I know you put a lot of money in it as well for yourself, indeed. And we're apprehensive of doing this. Now, you've got a good name and reputation to uphold as well. A lot of people obviously will understand that the last thing you want to do is kind of ruin that. So that would help a little bit. Well, where is this campaign going? What do you see happening in the campaign itself, and the number of backers and that type of stuff? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, you know, that was also one of my things in my list, like, what would this do for me if it fails, type of thing. And I'm like, you know, so I have cbmstuff.com, you know, where I'm doing 64 products, some new, some old and stuff. It's like, it would be a disaster. And you know, there's people that don't like me already for doing things like selling companies that, you know, or products when they didn't want me to sell it, so I could continue working on it. And so there's a lot of, you know, things like that. But that's not a big deal. But this would be a big deal to me. And so I thought, okay, when I went into this, I have to go, you know, full on, or it's gonna be a disaster, which is what I did. And then, so as deeper and deeper I got into this whole thing with this, you know, STEM issue, I actually was like, oh man, what did I get myself into in this? You know, but the community was really great. The people that came a step forward, you know, like Dan Tootle and all the guys that did the graphics for the retro keyboard, well, we need to show that too. Retro Keycap's website.
We'll come to that.
And all that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people involved, and I, you know, I thank everybody, because it's just not me. I mean, I did the technical part of it and putting this stuff together, but just like CRX, I mean, same thing. I mean, I host this and, you know, create it, but it's everybody else behind the scenes that makes it work. It's the same thing here. And so, yeah, the whole social media thing, and I'm not a social media person. I don't really care for it so much. I tried not to look at the stuff, but I had to in this case. And of course, you get the people like, it'll never happen.
Sure, as to be expected.
Well, and I expected that too. And so I'm like, well, at least I have something tangible. And the other reason I wanted other people involved is I want people to see that it's tangible. It's something that's really here. It's not something that's fake and not, you know, and just done out of, you know, spite or just to get money or whatever, you know. I wanted to make sure that people understood, and I know people were helping, and so that really lended some, you know, credibility to the whole thing, I think. So the Keycap campaign goes all the way through and ends in January 15th, which is the start of Chinese New Year.
So let's pause there for a second.
Okay.
So the campaign ends. What does the campaign end with as number of keys ordered, and how does that compare to what you had kind of thought of might or might not come out of this?
There was 1,100 backers.
1,100 backers. Okay.
Yeah, 1,100.
How many keyboard sets or keycap sets did these guys?
That's a good question. I don't remember for that, because I know what I ordered. Because I ordered extra.
Okay, you ordered extra. But
well.
was it in line with what you had expected?
Oh no, way more.
Anything?
No, way more. Because I set the funding goal at 40,000, I think, to start with, and we crushed that like in the first 2 days. So I thought, oh wow, I was stunned. You know, it's like, well, now I'm in trouble. Now I really have to make sure this thing goes through.
To really pull it through. So and it wasn't the ending. Indeed, it was the ending time was indeed. Chinese New Year, right?
And we knew that was going to be the case.
About now, we're in
2020.
20, yeah.
Yeah,
So
2020.
right before the real mess hit.
Yeah, so this started in 2019,
Yeah.
December 15th, and then it
Yeah.
went to January 15th of 2020. And so I was in communication with the factory in China saying, look, I don't use my data I gave you. I
Right.
said, I've got new data. So don't get a, some
Right,
crazy
right,
idea
right.
how you're gonna impress me and get everything done. Because I want to make sure that this is right.
Right.
And they said, no problem. I said, we're not going to be back until after Chinese New Year anyway.
Makes perfect sense.
I said, cool. So then we had, Chinese New Year is forever long, depending on what factory you deal with.
Yeah.
So you look at typically, it's about 3 weeks usually.
Yeah.
And so I figured probably mid-February or thereabouts, we'd be back online and,
Right.
Get started on doing this. And
Right.
so they have to create either a sample, a single one-off sample,
Yeah.
or the entire tooling and send me a sample of all of them.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I don't much care what you do, do whatever you normally would do. And so they're like, well, we can make the whole thing. We're confident we can make this, no problem. I was like, okay. So that was the whole goal. They were going to just work on the tooling, finish the whole thing. And
Right.
so the tooling process, if anybody knows about tooling, it's a lot of work for small things, especially small things that have like certain radius and, edges. So you have to use EDM process, which is basically burning into the steel. And it's a steel mold, they aren't aluminum molds. And so you carve out the basic shape and then you burn in these things. So you've got to create the EDM tools. It's quite a bit of stuff they got to do. And so I already know this already. So they're trying to explain to me how much time it's going to take to do this, this, and this, and which was really great because I didn't expect them to explain anything to me at all, but they did. They actually explained every single process. Here's how we do this, is what we do, and blah, blah, blah. And so cool. So then we have this thing called COVID happen. In China, not here.
Right.
And so all of us are like, man, I hope this doesn't affect our keycaps.
Yes.
We're thinking small, right? Yes. Like, hope it doesn't affect the keycaps. And so mid-February rolls around and I get no response from the factory. And I'm like, okay, well, they're still,
Yeah.
And then
close down with this thing that you have no idea what.
And then March 1st rolls around and I got an email from one of the directors and said that we're all in lockdown here.
Right.
And we're going through some kind of a problem. I wasn't even like nobody knew, of course, back then, who knew? And I was like, okay. He said, so it's probably going to be, a few weeks before we can get started on your thing. I was like, okay, that's no problem. And so I think I posted an update in the Indiegogo because I posted like 120.
You're the king of updates. They'll probably send you an award at some point in time. I don't think I've ever seen a campaign with this many updates.
Well, I want to keep everybody informed.
And you did I really do think that you did a standout job on that. The transparency in this campaign, and just, I think a lot of people that would not have had faith in this, just you being very consistent in communicating quickly, early, transparently, has been greatly appreciated by everybody. Everybody saw the struggles that everybody had to go through, but you communicated about it. I thought that it's crazy. You're well over 100 updates.
Yeah, like 120 updates. Yeah, it's quite a bit. But I think for a campaign, I've been part of Kickstarter Indiegogo stuff for a long time. I've always backed things. I've never actually ran an actual campaign. I've been part of people's campaigns before. Right. And the one thing that I know as a backer is that I want some information, what's going on. You put some money down, you're like, hey, what are we doing with what's going on? At least periodically. And then for me, because I'm concerned about what it's going to do to me personally for my reputation and stuff, I'm going to say, good, bad, or indifferent.
Double down on that. You clearly want to double down.
You can ask my wife. Don't ask me if you look fat in your pants, because I will tell you. So I'm really super honest about everything, right? And so that's what I wanted to do in this campaign. So I expect the same kind of thing from the manufacturers as well. And I was getting blurbs here and there from the factory about stuff. And then I don't remember what date it was. You can look at the updates because it's been a couple of years now. One day I got an email saying that they were suspending my campaign, that they were no longer able to produce any products for the industry that they were in. And they have been, well, how did they put it? Some Chinese term got converted, retrofitted or taken over, or wasn't taken over, but something like that.
Put under control of government or something like that.
Yeah, they were taken over by the Chinese government.
Okay.
And they've been repurposed to make PPE. So they were making masks and shields and, you know, anything to do with personal protection at that point. Now, this factory had giant machines, like the size of like a building type of machine. I don't know how many megatons these machines are, but they can do things like swimming pools in plastic. They can do a bunch of stuff. Besides the keyboard stuff, they've got a whole division for doing that, but they also got these big things. And so for doing face shields and things, just so happens that something the size for doing keycaps, it's perfect for that.
Got redirected by the Chinese government, similar to what we've seen here in the US, obviously, with the whatever the Production Act was called.
Right, exactly, same kind of thing. And so I was like, oh, you know, but then we had our own lockdown too that happened, you know, and then so it made it real for me at that point that there really was a problem, because you're always wondering in the back of your mind, you know, we don't see this happening here. You know, how real could this problem be? And then when it happened here, I'm like, okay, I feel a little bit better about
making sense. The context was all of a sudden there.
Because these guys were ahead of us by what, a month, 2 months, month and a half, something like that, a while before we were affected. And so, you know, I would periodically ping them, hey, what's going on? You know, can you free up a machine? You know, wink, wink. No. Said they're taken over completely, and they still are today, by the way. They still are owned by.
And that's interesting, yeah. So because some people may remember from you actually switched supplier. You had done so much due diligence on quite a few parties.
Yeah.
And then this one it looked like it was going to be a long haul, and it turns out to be a very long haul.
Yeah.
So you found a different supplier.
Yeah. So
was this supplier on the first list at all, or was it a new one out of the many that you had?
Well, they were on a list. I hadn't actually looked at them very much. I knew that they had produced some things, but what's interesting to me is that they provided me a long list of contacts in the US that they've worked with.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, exactly. I thought, so I called this long list.
Yeah.
Every single one of them said the exact same thing. They're too expensive, but they do an incredible job.
Okay.
I'm like, okay,
that's good.
Well, I can live with the expensive part if we have to, because I just got to get this stuff done. Right. So, you know, there's not going to be any profit for me of any of this at all until I sell keycaps. I knew that anyway.
And so by that time, you had sunk so much time in it already. It was it was not going to be a profitable exercise, no matter what, given all of the variation of keycaps and the whole adventures prior to that.
I made negative 17 cents an hour.
Exactly.
So, of course, when I contacted the company, they're like, here's all our contacts, you know, do all this stuff, talk to your people. And, you know, if you want to use this, let us know. And then so I said, well, here's what I want to do. And I gave them all the information. And they're like, hey, this is easy. I'm like, do you make keycaps? Like, no, we don't make keycaps. We've done printing of things before, but we make, you know, face plates for CNC machines. So like those keycaps, but not real keycaps, you know, flat panel plates. And they've done all kinds of different miscellaneous things. They showed me samples of it. And I verified with the companies in the US that have used them that they really did make these things. And then it's funny, you know, how some companies like, oh yeah, we can do this. In fact, you don't even have to like send us CAD data. We'll just take the keycaps and we'll just scan them. They'll be perfect. We have 2400 DPI scanners here. We'll scan the text. We'll replicate the whole thing. I'm like, no, you're going to use my data because I don't trust anybody. I know how much works into this whole thing, and you have no clue how the insides of these things work. And so I sent them the data. Of course, I sent them keyboards, a 64C keyboard and a regular breadbent keyboard, and stems, spares, and gave them samples of them locking and all these things. And then so they made one keycap mold sample, and they sent it. It didn't work, didn't lock. And so there was issues with the internal lock mechanism, and I thought it was me, and they didn't know. It was like 6 months of hell, literally trying to get this thing to lock. I was like, come on, people, this can't be that hard to put in. Well, in reality, it is a little bit harder than you think, because unlike a 3D printer, you can't print a recess
in
a tool.
Yeah.
You have to put something in there. You have to have enough flexibility to be able to pull it out of the recess
Yeah.
inside of there. Or you've got a special mold with tangs that lock and this, and that's $200,000 extra. And, you know, I mean, it's like ridiculous. So the solution really was to change some of the depth of the tang. I had them really deep at first. We made them more shallow, more like a Commodore, so it's more shallow. And then they finally produced one that worked. I'm like, yay, now make me 10 shapes, you know, with the same ones. And they did, and they came out okay. And so if you look at the campaign history, you'll see that that was fine. So in the beginning of this too, this company said, yeah, we can, you know, you can do UV printing on the face and the top, which is what I wanted, because UV printing never wears off.
Okay.
And that was my concerns about, you know, rubbing off, because I've got a whole bunch of keyboards from China that you see my keyboards after about,
you know, they're all blind keys.
Right, they're blank keys after 3 hours of working when they've worn off. And so that was my huge concern, was that. So I said, we want UV printing. No problem, we can do UV printing. Just go to start the printing process. Well, we really can't do UV printing.
Oh, goodness.
We can do pad printing. Now, mind you, I've already paid for all the tooling to create tooling for the UV, because you got to have a fixture for the UV printer. I already paid for all that. That's already, you know, so I'm thinking this is already ready to go. And like, we can do pad printing. I was like, I'm not a fan of pad printing of anything, because I've seen pad printing before in the past. And they said, we guarantee we'll send you samples. It'll be just fine. I said, will it wear off? Will it scratch off? No, it won't scratch off. Yeah. Send me something. So they printed me some sample keycaps with pad printing. And lo and behold, I took acetone and that melted the keycap. That's how other than that, it didn't come off. I scratched the heck out of it. You know, I took pliers to it and started, and I did everything I could think of that was going to ruin it. And it was fine. And
That's
so
awesome.
they decided to pad print everything. I said, okay. So there was some issues with, if you look at the history of the campaign, you'll know there's issues with placement of them. And I've learned some more since then, and I can tell you. And we got probably, what, 20 minutes or so. So if you look at the keycaps, the samples that I had sent in the updates, you'll see some things are shifted up, down, left, right. Some text is too small.
Drunken keycaps, we call them.
Yeah, well, but too small a print, or too large a print. Like, how can you get that wrong? I said, this is scale. This is a vector graphic. This is vector. You can scale to however you want to, but I'm giving you it in 1-to-1. Don't change the scale. And, well, we got to make it fit. It's like, no, you leave it the way it is.
They were trying to be helpful.
Well, too helpful sometimes. So I said, you got to make it like the way it is. And so then we also learned at that time, Dan and myself and some other people, you and everybody, that guess what? All of Commodore's printing's all over the place. So the faceplate that's printed, the face print, especially the function keys, they're different places.
They are
all over the place.
It's, by the way, it's something that cannot be unseen. I've noticed now as well. I wouldn't have noticed for 40 years or 30 years. And now every time I look at it, I see it. It's like, thank you for that.
Yeah, I do too. Every time I look at a keycap, I go, oh, that one's wrong. You know, even on the production keycaps that I got, I go, well, that one could have been probably 0.1 millimeters low this way or that way. And so I'm so critical now, but you know, you put it next to somebody that, or with somebody who's never seen a keyboard before, they're like, yeah, it looks the same. You know, so, it turns out that, well, should we show some pictures of these keycaps then? We'll share.
I think you should. I talk a little bit about the colors as well while you're at it, because there was a whole that obviously colors was. We spoken in the beginning outside the campaign about what colors we would like. Obviously, you know, I put in anything that's super bright, but you already had counted for that because you knew that some of the crazy Europeans or native original Europeans, they would something loud. But then you ended up with a set of colors. It's beautiful. That is the so help us understand a little bit what has been popular in these colors.
Well, so on the CBM stuff, well, the campaign had, you know, the retro keycap thing, which we'll show after this. We'll do the little quick thing of that. People selected their own keycap colors. And so I got a sense of how many colors or what, and it's almost embarrassing to say that brown keycaps is like in the middle of the numbers. Yeah.
After all these years, you'd think
yeah.
that we would have progressed.
Yeah, you'd think, but not, apparently not. So if you take a look at this here, this is the actual production set that they had made in all the different colors. And I said, look, before I give you the last payment on this thing, which I'm about ready to do now, I said, you need to show me all the text and all the different colors, and I want to see what they look like. Oh, no problem, we'll do that. And then I posted this to the campaign.
Yeah.
And within 10 minutes, I get an email from Dan.
10 milliseconds. 10 milliseconds.
10 milliseconds. I get an email from Dan Tootle. This is wrong. And he actually highlighted this. Right. And you can see here, it's the pound key. It's not supposed to be centered.
Yeah.
And so like if you look at the, was it the 64 Mini project that was out there?
Yeah.
The 0 actually is centered. And it shouldn't be. It should be like this one is.
Oh, it should be down. Oh, that's interesting as well.
So they centered there.
That's another one that I now can't unsee.
Okay, well, now, sorry. So this is wrong.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh. So it's like, okay, well, let's look at the colors. So I called these here Yuri's colors, which is Yuri, who I'm talking to now. So, you know, this, and it's hard to, I have a couple samples of these. Until you have them in your hand, they look way brighter than the picture does.
They're fantastic.
So these are great colors for the European market, I guess. So you'll see there's browns in here. There's this is the transparent. This is actually transparent as well. You can see through it. Transparent.
Yeah, the blue is beautiful. The red is beautiful. They're all beautiful colors. They came out really nice.
They're super nice colors. And so I actually spent quite a bit of time with them. They sent me samples of different types of plastic. Wasn't keycaps, just plastic in general. And so I said, okay, I like this, but I want a little more transparent, you know. So that actually spent, I'd say, I'm embarrassed to say, a month to figure out the colors, you know, that I like. But then again, I just can't go knock on their door. So we're playing DHL, you know, back and forth, you know, things. So it makes sense. It just takes time for, you know, to transport. So we have, oops, look at that.
Oh, wait, what happened there?
So this is the correct placement of the pound key. So that's where it should go. And so this is the final version that it's done. So they actually, let me go through the view here. So they're done. They just finished printing the last keycap yesterday.
That is awesome. So hey, I noticed no F7, F8. They didn't put that in, or
I have another picture.
Oh, okay.
Oh, trust me. Everyone in the community immediately said, where are these other keycaps? We want to see those. And so I actually posted them as an update in there. You'll see there actually is an update. And I wanted to see all the keycaps as well. I was interested in seeing black because through this whole entire process, I had never seen black text on anything before. So black is really only on like these keys and then the white ones. Yeah. So the rest are all white on here.
Yeah.
So some people aren't happy about like the clear keys being white, but trust me, when you get the black background, it pops easily.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So this is a really light colored background. So you can see how transparent they are.
It's hard to capture this stuff on a picture.
Yeah, it is. And if you look at, you'll notice it's like little speckly looking stuff. That's actually a texture on the top side.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that, you know, some of Commodore's keycaps had deeper texture than others.
Yeah. I really like the texture on the keycaps. I
know you have
it felt like it would wear off on certain keys, or it was just a different keyboard. I now know, I don't even know now anymore what was by design versus what was 30 years of use.
Right. Because they do wear off, you know, as you play with them. But you have a sample keycap, so you felt the texture in them.
Yeah.
So you know what they look like.
It's fantastic. The keys are really, really, really nice. So now of course, the big question is, finally that pound sign got fixed. Thank you to Great Britain to keeping the pound, because what would we have done otherwise? We would put what, a euro on it, or what would, you know, any other sign. So thank you. It's still of use.
Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted.
Let's do this. Let's not forget this. This is so fantastic. Eh? It was Dan and Vince. Eh?
Yeah, Vince. Yeah, Vince did all the coding for this, And
Yeah.
it's like, again, the community really came together. It was great. So Dan did the renderings for this whole thing. And the renderings are basically, well, they are the same shape now, because what I ended up
Yeah.
doing was giving back Dan like information on this is too tall, this needs to get stretched to
Right.
here. And so Dan's got a pretty good representation now in Blender as well.
Yeah.
They're not exactly the same as we have for the campaign, because I did
Right.
stretch a few things here and there, but it's pretty close.
Yeah,
So
I got to say, this is an evil tool. I'm very grateful to both guys for creating this, but it's an evil tool.
so you
Because
can
once you
change
start
like,
playing with this,
yeah.
you don't know what to order anymore. You don't, I wanted all of them.
Yeah, so you can change all your function key colors and
Yeah.
all these different colors, so you can see what you
so
want.
to that point then, there must be a lot of people that once they got this tool and really play with this, there must have been a large number of people that said, I wish I'd ordered more keycaps.
Yeah, and that's fine with me. Because what I ended up doing, I ended up ordering, I think it ended up being, I tried to round off so it was an even number for these people, so
Yeah.
it'd be easy to count. I think I have 847 extra keycaps in the various colors that are coming on
that's
the first
fantastic.
batch. So
Yeah.
I'll order more as we need more.
Yeah.
And one thing that's really cool about this factory that I do like, even though it's been a headache with them,
Mm-hmm.
is that I can get any color I want made. Literally any Pantone color you can get, you can like provide a Pantone number for.
Yeah.
I can give you the keycaps. It's a little bit expensive, kinda. It's $60 to
Yeah.
do the color change.
Yeah.
And then you have to do a minimum of 10 sets for production.
Yeah.
But that's it. So if you've got like a user group and you guys want to have your own custom color, if you want to have purple keycaps with, fluorescent orange,
Right.
whatever function keys, you could actually order that. It'll take a while. I think it takes like 30 days or something like this for them to do it. But I have the ability to actually do that if I want to.
I think this tool alone, it's just so much fun to play with it. I think it's a really awesome piece of work.
It is.
By Vince and Dan. Really bang on job.
Awesome job. So, and I have seen, so I have this exact same type of setup on the cbmstuff.com website.
Right.
So if you go to the keycaps thing, you can't buy them, of course, yet, but you can go through and you can click on them just like this, and you can pick what kind of colors you want, and you can see exactly what's going on, for what availability will be. And it should, hopefully the website will have real-time stock for all the stuff as well, because that's another issue too. So in the beginning, we wanted to have different colored function keys available.
Right.
The thing is that the molds had to be made so that all the small keys are in one mold. So anything that is one key width wide is in one mold.
Yeah.
So we have all these. Also row 1, 2, 3, and 4. All these keycaps are in there. The other mold has all the large keycaps in rows 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so the reason why we've got 10 different shapes is that you look at some function keys are completely different than any other key. Like you'll see shifts are the same as F7.
Okay.
But F5 has no mate.
Okay.
So it's by itself.
Yeah.
And then control and restore are the same as F3.
Okay.
But F1 has no mate.
Mate.
F1 and F5 are actually custom keycaps that are made in the mold.
Yeah.
Along with the other two, and the return, the restore, and the
so you're gonna, with counts, you're gonna be off.
So what I had to, it's off. And so I had to order, like if people wanted function keycaps, they ordered, like extra sets or whatever.
Oh.
I actually had to order an entire mold's worth of keycaps just to get the function keys.
Right.
Now, fortunately, as I found, as it worked out from the doing the tally on the campaign, people did have an option to order all the large keycaps. So that all the function keys plus all large keycaps are the same color. Or they can order them as all the main keycaps in here are a certain color, and just like you see here, all red and then blue.
Right.
It turns out that it was pretty close as a wash when you start taking keycaps from one set to make them work with the other.
Yep.
So it worked out okay. There's not a whole lot of extra ones left over. And of course, these are the least expensive of the batch anyway, because they're the fewest of the bunch.
Yeah.
So, but the way the mold was done, it's interesting. So we've got, each row has a different number of keycaps.
Yeah.
And 2 rows are odd. And they made the mold half. So they do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So they do these 3 or this row of here
Yeah.
of 8 keycaps, and then
Right.
they do 7 of this one, and they do 8 of this one, and they do 7
Okay.
of this one.
Yeah.
And they double it. They do 2 shots per mold to give you the proper number.
Yeah.
But it leaves you with 1 extra keycap.
Yeah.
And so we have 1 extra row 2 and 1 extra row 4.
Right.
So the row 2, I'm going to keep. Who knows what I'll do with it? The extra row 4 key, everybody's getting one.
Okay.
And because it's the same key as the old Commodore key.
Okay, so it's a blank key.
It'll be a blank key, right?
Okay.
So everybody will have the 64 logo you see here, plus
Yeah.
an extra blank keycap. You could do whatever you want. You could, like,
Yeah, they
you
can
know,
make their own little design
right.
with a
You can write
Sharpie
the
or
word
something.
any on it or
Right.
something. That's it. So that's the any key. So whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
So that's the
That's
how
very
that-
cool. So now obviously with the last key fixed, the printing fixed on the pound sign, you've got a proof sample on those now as well.
Yep.
What kind of does the next step look like? They're mass producing these now in the
Oh no,
different...
done. They've been done. So they produced the entire batch, and then they found the pound key was wrong.
Right. So they basically had to redo
Just the
that
pound key.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the pound key. And that's why we saw the pictures earlier with the color matching, because I wanted to make sure the color was going to be the same between plastics. And so what they did tell me, which is rather interesting, I'm not sure I believe it entirely. And if I do, might be a little bit afraid, actually. They said they produced way more keycaps than I needed.
Okay. Well,
And so I'm
that's a
like,
good problem to have.
kinda. I mean, so I just don't want to have these end up on Alibaba or something, you know.
No,
So I mean,
yeah.
I've got a contract with them, so they probably won't do that. But yeah, that's my first thought was like, oh man, you know, I'm gonna find these for 10 cents.
Right.
You know, on Alibaba, like, oh,
Right.
we just spent $90,000.
As long as they all, well, the other problem would be they put it in one large bag and send it to you for you to then sort through. That would be another.
So that was the thing was going to happen originally, because I don't trust people shipping stuff, but they actually got the ability to ship. Actually, I made them. They create the ability to. Yes, yeah, they created the ability to do. And it worked out really good for them financially to do that. And it worked out as well for me because it's a lot less labor for me. So they're going to be shipping all the orders. And so the shipping cost out of China is cheaper than here, which is not, I mean, it's not a lot cheaper. It's a few dollars at most. But the big difference is I don't have to have a 40-foot container of plastic shipped to my office and have to go through that. So I'm only going to have 800 and some sets done. And they're bagging them up as the small set, the large keycaps minus the function keys, and then the function keys. So I'll have 3 different bags for one set, and then I can just pull, mix and match to mix colors when we need to mix them.
That's awesome.
It makes it easy for them as well.
When do they think they might start shipping?
Well, if you ask them 2 weeks ago. So, you know, it's
so,
realistically, they are, I mean, if what they have shown me, what I've got is real, then they are ready to ship, and they're waiting on me to provide them with a shipping list.
The final shipping list.
Yeah, so that's kind of been a thorn too, is you know, people don't know. Last Thursday, week ago yesterday, I had an SSD drive crash in my main computer, and that happened to have all the work I had done reformatting the customer list to their thing, to their format. And so they wanted this really strange format. I mean, so I have it, and normally I've got an Excel sheet, and I've got like everybody's address. I mean, it's how Indiegogo gives it to you. And then I sorted everything based on colors. I made it really easy for me to figure out what's what. And they're like, oh, that's too hard. So we want you to make an individual entry for every single customer, and then use these ID codes for colors.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to say no. I mean, I want to get this done.
No. But so unfortunately, that kind of like that translation.
Right. So I've got probably, I don't know, maybe 100 out of the 1,100 done. So I told them I'm going to go ahead and send you batches to start doing, because I really want shipping to start going on. So those of you that have backed the campaign early, the early birds, you guys are getting shipped first, of course. And so I'm hoping by the end of next week, maybe, that they will actually start shipping. We'll see.
Well, so it's going to be very cool.
It's going to be very cool.
You know, what is really nice, and again, compliments on all the updates that they've been sending out in email. I think a lot of the community throughout this pandemic has seen why things went like they went, but saw progression and saw you push for this and saw how this has become a pride project more than anything else.
Oh, it's
Not just for
definitely.
you, but an entire community of people behind that. And what I do like in good old Commodore style, it has
Yes.
all the drama of a good story because it's Commodore, and it's got a lot of people helping as well, and a lot of people supporting, and everybody just trying to put their weight behind it. And I think that's
Yeah.
really cool. And if we can get them out to everybody, if you can get them out to the whole community, that'd be awesome. We're going to see a lot more colorful pictures showing up on social media and YouTube channels and all of that, because that's, you know, at the end, you know, that's why it all started. There's a huge need, turns out, a huge need for keycaps.
Yeah, just not brown. I just don't get the brown thing still. It's like, I made brown. I mean, I've got samples of brown.
There may be an opportunity. There's going to be about 800 spare sets coming, so they get a second chance once they.
Yeah, and I will make more. I just need to figure out how. And I know people. There's a ton of people I got emails from saying, you know, I would have backed this, except the first one was a catastrophe, and this one is taking so long.
Yeah.
But now that you've got it, sure. Oh, I don't blame them at all. Especially now, I mean, up front it was bad enough with having that, then having COVID and having to push through all this stuff, and so it's been a long delay. But yeah, it's definitely something that I'll definitely get out.
Yeah.
You know,
so
if push comes to shove, I'll print them all myself.
So to kind of wrap it up, Jim.
Yeah.
What is the biggest learning that you've got out of it so far? So far, because there is every day a new day.
Well, I learned a few things. I learned from a campaign aspect, the difference between Kickstarter and Indiegogo.
Yeah.
And people that are watching and interested in doing campaigns themselves, you can look into this as well. So a Kickstarter campaign, you collect people that want to purchase your product.
Right.
And so basically you agree to back it.
Right.
And then when the campaign is ended successfully, then you get charged.
Yeah.
Kickstarter is that way. Indiegogo is not. Indiegogo, they charge you as soon as you back the thing. In that respect, I learned something tragic yet interesting, yet it turned out okay, is that Indiegogo will 1099 you for 15 days. In December, that money was collected on your behalf. And it turns out, going through the IRS and my accountant and all that stuff, that technically is not legal, and they can't do that. And so that's basically how we went about it. If you don't have money, you don't pay taxes on money you don't have. Right. They collected the money. Yeah, they had the money.
It's still their possession. You never got access to it. Yeah.
But so what I did learn in that respect is that do not start a campaign where it splits mid-years between 2 years.
Yeah.
Because I got 1099 twice.
Yeah.
You know,
which is a tax hell.
It is. And then if you got COVID on top of that, where you aren't recovering your money, we don't have any write-offs for it. So basically I paid the taxes on everything for the whole entire campaign up front. Right. And then so now this year I get the write-off part of that, and next year write-off part of it as well. So it works out in the end, but it's definitely something I learned. I learned about Commodore keycaps, and that Commodore isn't consistent,
right?
Even though we think it is. And I guess that has to do a lot with 80s technology, you know, when they designed it. And things are better today, obviously, than they were back then.
Yeah.
I learned that the Commodore community still thrives.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Very
much
much so.
Still a lot of support. So those are the main things that I learned. Yeah, the community thing was like a little bit surprising to me, because I told you in the very beginning, it's like, there's no way this thing's getting funded. Right. There's no way with all the problems we've had.
It really filled a need for the community, and the community has been patient and understanding as well. I think most of that is really due to the fact how you communicated about it, and everybody understanding, kind of, especially once everybody started seeing what COVID kind of meant for production in China and all of that. And now the sense of perfectionism as well. I really do think that, you know, this is, you know, you're a perfectionist. Most people that know you well know that. Now you got a keyboard, 66 keys on the keyboard. So you got that problem times 66.
Yeah.
With an OCD person like you.
Yeah.
Oh, that creates adventures for sure. So
yeah, That whole project with.
Well, I think for next CRX,
Hmm?
we're gonna have to do a look back on the tail end of it.
Okay.
By then it's going to be a look back at the tail end, and hopefully we'll be able to share some statistics then of dramatically changed color choices as well.
True. Yeah, I'd be interested to see myself. Well, I know from like the back orders, because you can take back orders on my website to see. I'm so happy that brown is not there. It's like I think maybe like 10 people, and that's it. Once they see all the colors that are available, they don't choose brown anymore. Clear is really popular. That blue, all the translucent colors are very popular. Your colors are popular. So yeah, I was happy to see that, that regard. So we'll have some numbers for us for next CRX of exactly, what it panned out to be. That I know it was like thousands upon thousands of keycap. Well, there's like 300,000 keycaps, I think they said that they made total. That's a lot of plastic.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Now, one of the things that we've done today in this, and thanks a lot, Jim, for taking the time to go through this and kind of go through the entire campaign. One of the things that we've seen in this interview was a lot of SolidWorks. What's going to be interesting for people that want to learn a little bit more about that, we'll have, I think, is it on Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday.
On Sunday, we'll actually have a bit of a workshop, interview style workshop with an actual design in SolidWorks that people can kind of start following along and replay later as well to learn a little bit about that, because SolidWorks is actually a really nice tool to also make something that you may be able to 3D print yourself or send out to JLC PCB for printing or otherwise. So I'm looking forward to that as well, to kind of learn a little bit more about that and perhaps experiment with a little product that we could make for the C64.
Sure. And one thing that people need to understand, they hear SolidWorks usually, or AutoCAD, and they think, oh, it's just like hugely expensive. Because of what Fusion 360 was released, a low-cost version. DeSalle did the same thing with SolidWorks. So you can get SolidWorks Maker, which is what I'm going to do the little demo thing in. SolidWorks Maker is identical to the full-scale SolidWorks. It's missing a few things here and there, but other than that, it's identical. It's $99 a year.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's really cheap, and you can't use it for doing commercial duplication or of products and your own stuff. Like they hold you to like $2,000 a year, something like that. You can make on whatever you build with it. So it's designed for makers and hobbyists, things like this. But for $99, I mean,
that's awesome. And like you said, for Sunday, the demo will all be done in that version, so that will be that's a user accessible version.
Absolutely, yeah. You can.
That's awesome.
You can go get your subscription now, and you can follow along as we do things if you wanted.
Yeah, that's
cool.
Great. That's great. All right, Jim. Many thanks. We've got exciting more items lined up. I think we're going to take a little break for lunch.
Yep. And I guess we'll roll out of here. We'll do some Slay Radio. And hey, thanks, Jerry, for the interview. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
We are back. So, feedback. And you're muted.
I'm back on. I'm back
There you
on.
go.
Wowzers. I just wanted to make sure that we got our friend Chris in.
Chris, are you in? We see him.
No, we can't hear you though, mate.
We got no microphone.
Okay, audio testing.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, that's
Is
much
that it?
better.
Is that better?
That's
Hey, everybody.
Way better.
All right, cool. Well, we've got here a fun little project for some little eye candy for everybody. So is it just going to be the three of us that are going to be on today, or?
Sure.
Okay, that's fine. Cool. Well, I'm Chris Zimmermann. I've been part of the CRX group since the start. And so this is real exciting to be here and to be with everybody and to continue on with a great tradition of Commodore computing. So what I want to do today is I just want to go over some of the different drive types. So what I've got here in my collection, I've just assembled a bunch of different things. And so we'll be able to go through and we'll be able to look at some of the different things and discuss them. And so now if my camera is out of focus, if it looks out of focus, let me know. It's manual and I have to manually adjust it. So
Gotcha.
I won't be able to always look at the screen as we go.
Okay.
So, all right, we ready?
Mm.
Cool. All right. So now it's going to be a difficult thing. I'm going to have to take this off here.
Feedback.
Feedback. Okay.
Chris,
All
you
right,
got
so-
a tower of power here, man. That's an insane number of all different drives you got there.
Yeah. So it's just something that I've been able to collect over the decades and just things I've stuffed in corners and underneath things and on top of things. And so
I think this is the first time we actually get to see this. Everybody that knows you knows that you have many drives put in many different locations in and around your house. But I think this is the first time I see them actually by different types kind of neatly organized as part of the much larger collection.
yeah, it's true. I've had them in my bathroom, in the kitchen, just any little hidey place I could find. So that's where I would stuff them. So it wasn't until, what was that? It was 2015 when I started going into the drives and starting to really look closely at them that I found that there were so many different variations and things which Commodore, geez, prolific.
Spotlight this.
We talk about, Jim, you mentioned something about how Commodore just did so many different things, with their products. And this is no exception here. So I wanted to start here with the older drives here. I've got a couple of examples here. I don't have any of the single drives in this style. And so I'll just have to refer to pictures for that, go into magazines and internet and whatever and look. But you can see you've got the older 2040 drives, 8050 drives.
Hey, help us a little bit. So Chris, while you're going through that, so are you going from old to new, or what are you doing? Because you're going to have to give me some context as well.
Let's see if I can it's hard to do this. My extension cord is not very long here. So. All right. So yeah, so is what I wanted to do. I just wanted to start out with the older and then work up to the newer.
Okay.
The newer things here. I think it just kind of makes a logical approach. So, they started out with they use all these old, I guess, the shoe guards and
these are for connecting to the original PET machines, right?
Yeah, these ones were for PETs. This one here, this is an interesting one because this is a quite rare drive. people, you just don't see these very often. And these were, I think these were intended more for the newer, oh, what do they call those? Like the 9000s, or, you know, those rounded pets that they had over in Europe.
Okay.
Probably also.
This is the LP, so low profile drive. Huh?
So yeah, so we've got an 8050 here. This is the 8250 LP.
Okay.
And I could probably hook this one up to my B128.
Okay.
So as soon as I get this up and running, this is another project too, by the way. We can discuss this later. We can go over this if we want to. The mods I'm doing to this.
I love the design of that unit. That's definitely
it's
my favorite
nice.
unit, and you don't see these very often. I don't think I know anybody else that has one of these units. Very 70s styling, eh?
Yeah, I've seen this one and another one. That's all I've ever seen. When I came across this, I was surprised because I didn't even know that they existed.
Right. So how did you obtain this unit? Because there weren't that many of these in the US, I think, were there?
No, this one came out of country.
Okay.
This particular one came from Sci-Fi Man, and anybody who's on the internet and on eBay and watches Commodore stuff should know who that is. They're high-end stuff, very expensive, but in this case, you know, it's such a rare thing to have that I decided I would opt out and pay for it and add it to the collection.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The other thing that I noticed on this, maybe this is the first time, are they always, and I'm sorry, I'm not a pet expert, are they always drive 0 on the right and drive 1 on the left?
It appears so, though, the way that they've done the numbering. So on the older drives,
so you would have had the unit on the right, I guess. I never realized that.
0, 0 on the right.
Right, yeah. So you would have had the pad sitting on the
probably
right,
on
guess,
the right, on the right of the machine. So yeah, so you'd reach over with your left hand,
right,
to load.
That means some left-handed engineer designed that.
Yeah, probably.
I guess so, yeah. It's the first time I actually noticed. I'd never noticed before. Now these drives on that LP, they kind of look like a 1541, don't they?
Yeah, well, let me pull the lid off of it. We can do it. So here's the drives. Oh God, I think these were, oh, what did I?
Now I've got a couple of friends from the Nordics watching, and guys, I need one of these.
Okay, so these are the,
be on the lookout for that. That is a nice machine. This.
Yeah, these are the JU. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it. JU 570. Okay. Okay, yeah. So that's not a 1541 or anything. It's just a half-height drive.
I have never seen this particular. Well, it might be the same drive that's in the SFDs, because it looks like it has the same. You see the same
with the LED latch and the latch.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, so this looks like they're using the same drive mechanism as in the SFDs.
Interesting. Right. Now, Chris, this is a unit that came from Europe, and you're working on converting to usefulness in the US.
Yeah. So what I have done is I have a mean well here. This is the power supply that I chose for it. It has the 12 and 5 volt power sources.
Okay.
And I had to pull all of there's a big transformer and a couple of big capacitors, and I pulled all of that out. So, and as what I did is to keep that original, I can replace this. If I want this to be displayed again as all original, I can put all of that back in. And so is what I did. Okay, so
it's a reversible modification that you create.
Yeah. So I went out and I bought a new power plug.
Yeah.
And a new switch.
Yeah.
So that I didn't have to mess with those, the old ones.
Oh, even that, you even went that far. You just bought replacement parts so that you can truly just switch it out.
Yes, and that's exactly what this one I decided. Well, since I'm going to have fun, I'm going to have a lighted switch. So when that's why you see the 3 plugs into here.
Right.
So I have a piece of fiberglass board that I had cut, and I had to build a mount for the mean well to go to the case, the
Oh, yeah.
chassis. So
Yeah.
I had to kind of like bridge it, and so I made this piece that adapted. I used the original mounts.
Oh, the original mounts, and then you put
Yeah.
in the separate standoffs there.
Right, and then it has its own standoffs here that I cut, and so
Very cool.
it slips in. Well, actually, it's
Yeah,
backwards.
that is super cool.
It goes in like this.
Wow, what a difference! So because the original has this massive transformer in here, it basically that entire free space that you see here is normally filled by the power supply of this unit, right?
Yes, so it's probably half the weight of the entire drive.
I bet.
So it takes a lot of weight. It's kind of funny picking this up. It is now front heavy and just feels so different, but it's so light. It's actually quite a nice thing. So when you're taking these apart, just so everybody can see, so we have, I like these. I really like how they do these. So they have
these inserts.
Yeah, I've got the inserts. There's two on the sides. You've got one here, and there's 3 up here in the front. Okay. And then careful when opening, because you see the contact here for the LED. There's a little let's see if I've got that in here. Yeah, here it is. So you have the little cable that goes between the board and that.
Oh,
LED.
to power the LEDs.
Yeah, you don't want to break it when you're opening.
Right.
And you remove, there's I think 4 screws in the back, and there's one up in the front in between, right up here, that you have to undo. And this the whole chassis will slip. See how that moves? There's actually little hooks that are underneath, and they latch onto the plastic case.
Okay.
So, and that's how you can lift the whole assembly out of.
Very nice.
So
how about the power supply? Because even if you be in Europe, at some point in time, you may, get these things would run warm. The capacitors may at some point in time kind of like dry out or burn out, or otherwise, replacing it with a mean well or, something similar at the same voltage as needed in your region might be a really nice solution to put these things back to working order.
Yeah, if there's a problem with the power system, then this is a really nice solution. Yeah, and they're available in whatever region. So if you're in Europe, you can find what you need. If you're here in the States, Canada, whatever, you can find what you need.
Right.
This little one here too, and you've already done this, Yuri, is it? You've modified it for 1541 using the
1541, yeah. I use similar one for 15. Yeah, or 1551 or one of them indeed. I have for the 1541 light drives, the ones that you've got several there. These are great solutions to convert. Convert power indeed, to make them much more reliable over time, and a lot less heat as well, depending on what else you would change.
Right. Yeah, and you're running less power, less heat, so it's just a better approach.
Now this is a super clean unit. It almost looks like new. It's no rust or anything, at least not on what we see.
It has been stored well. I did do cleaning on the chassis. You can still see there's still some, I don't know if you can see that. Is that coming through? There's still a little bit of dust under here that I didn't get. So it did have some dust in it, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't like this drive here. I'll open that and you'll see what the difference is. Yeah. But this was really well taken care of.
Wow.
So
very nice. So when were these released? Have you got any, like when were these at the tail end then of the pads?
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. Why don't I?
The rounded ones were well after the boxy ones.
The boxy ones, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a control board. Oh, by the way, the control board has these pins underneath, just so.
Wow. Yeah.
When you're messing with them,
Don't put it underneath.
Yeah. So be careful how you're handling it. So let's see the dates on these. I'm seeing chips from 1983 on here.
Okay. Right. So really at the tail end of the pad.
Yeah.
Yep.
So those are JU 570 drives?
Yeah. JU 570. Yeah.
I think
Okay,
so.
so I'm gonna shut off my camera real quick, and I'm gonna go grab a SFD and pull one apart because I'm curious.
Oh,
what's in it.
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
I'll
see
do
what's
that.
in there now. Now
Yeah.
we want to know, huh?
I'll be back. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so Chris, how far are you with this power conversion? What is it? What is it that that still needs to be done in this one?
Okay, so I wanted to use a larger gauge, thicker gauge. I think this is a 14 gauge wire.
Okay.
I wanted to use that for the AC side of the power. And I
Okay.
wanted to be able to hook that up to all. And so I've already hooked them up to everything, all the switches.
Okay.
The problem I'm having with the main wheel, and I had to pull the connector. See, there's a 4-pin Molex right
Yeah.
there. I pulled, there was a 3-pin for the AC in.
Okay.
And because I was having trouble with the Molex connectors, and so I decided I'm going to just solder these directly onto the board.
Mm.
So they're a little too big. So you see how the wires,
Yeah.
they don't. I have to open up that just a little bit more so I can get the entire wire to fit in.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to put that in and solder it. Have a
Yeah.
nice
I
solder.
know from experience that the pads on the other side of the board, they're plenty large enough to do that. Obviously, you could fix it as
Yeah.
well with crimping
so-
on something, or but there's
Yeah.
no need for that. Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
good.
so
You can
looking at the
easily do
pad,
that.
where are we?
Now the power use of these
Here.
drives is higher than the 1541. So these are very, especially kind of like the startup power for the motor has a little bit of a peak in it, but other than that, there, of course, it's not a lot of amps running through this in normal use.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really nice to have this one up and running. From a
Well-
connectivity point of view, it's standard still. Is it still a standard data connector on the back, right?
Yeah. So yeah. There's your IEEE 488 right there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, totally standard.
So
How
I just
about
wanted,
the board? I noticed there was a.
Well, I wanted to-
board on it.
yeah, I wanted to point out this board, and this, I don't know why, but I really like this board. Just the way that they have it laid out, just beautiful board. They've got their, God, what was that? I wasn't a dad. Geez, I can't remember.
Is this like the VIA for it?
I think that this is an original factory mod. This,
Okay.
see this extra
Yeah.
one here.
Okay.
I believe that's what that was.
Okay. That must have been due to availability of certain chips that they must have had in the factory.
It's using a 901-885-04 MOS chip.
Ch-
I have to go look at that.
901. What was it? 90?
901-885-04.
Oh, it's an R Riot. So okay,
Oh, yeah.
so they basically have two versions that either are programmed with the memory or separately. So what they did here is they have a separate one that doesn't have that, and then you see the EEPROM there that basically is the ROM package for it. So this must have definitely been, they must have had a warehouse full of this version and said, hey, let's make a quick board for this, add
Yeah.
an EEPROM to it, and then it will provide the exact same functionality, but
Yep.
makes use of this custom chip that we've got 100,000 of, or whatever it is.
Yeah, the 6530 probably was originally in it, and then 6532 with the EEPROM will fix that.
Right. Well, that also would give him the flexibility to use it in a lot more devices. I would presume.
So it also has a 6522,
Yeah.
6502.
Yeah. So the processor
Computer.
and the other one obviously being
There's
the
another.
VIA.
VIA.
6502.
Oh,
Another
So-
one.
Yeah, it has two of them here and here,
Brutal
Oh.
horsepower in this thing.
and two 6532s.
okay.
So did you open up the other one, Jim? Then
So this is the 2031. All right, well, not 20. Well, same thing as the 2031. It's SFD 1001. It's got the
Yeah.
same board.
Yeah, it's the exact same
Oh
board.
yeah, yeah.
Yep. So
Oh,
I
what a
will.
massive board in that thing, indeed. Holy,
Yeah, crazy, huh?
that is massive.
Let's hang on.
Can you see the drive through that as well or not? Maybe.
Kinda. I'm gonna take it. Well, it's right there. That's
Oh,
all
you're
you
gonna
can
take
see
it
of it.
apart any further.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the circuit board off of it so I can look at the drive number to see
Oh,
if it's the
super.
same JU.
That's awesome. All right, you gonna put the focus back on Chris?
I don't know where my feedback is coming from here.
You have too many microphones going, Chris.
Probably. All right,
Put
let's
it-
see. So
Put the
yeah, I
volume
picked
up
up.
too loud.
I'll bet that's what that is.
So what is that you got there in your hand?
So this one, I believe, is a new unused SFD board.
Okay.
Yeah, your
Wow.
camera's out of focus too.
Okay, so can I zoom in a little? Or I'll zoom out and focus it.
Yeah.
Gotta go the other way. Okay, how's that?
It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a new unused one. You put that one on a 1541.
Yeah. I think it's probably 3
Converted.
times longer.
Yeah. Oh,
So it's missing a lot of the chips.
yeah, it does miss
So
some. Yeah.
a lot of them are
So
1,
it's
2,
probably a
3.
pull.
There are 6 vacant sockets on this one.
Right.
But anyway,
So the low profile unit that you've got there, that's, it's basically like finishing up to 110 volts of power. And
yes,
then you should have a functional unit. That's fantastic.
yeah.
So
I'm
what it is
excited.
lacking right now, for clarity, that normally it has this big board sitting on top of it. That's taken off just for show and tell.
Yeah. So this and it fits. You can see the mounts on the tops
Yeah.
of the drive, so it just
that's
mounts
what
right
and
on
it
top.
basically is just two boards that drive these drive these two individual SU floppy drives.
Yeah. So and you can see the controller board that's mounted in between the two
Yeah,
drives. So
yeah, very, very cool. Now I think when you did the concept of this, we did some testing, and I think both drives were actually in good shape. They were able to format floppy and all of that.
these ones here,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember? Okay, I don't remember now myself.
I don't think we've tested these. I think I wanted to get the power source installed and then continue on.
Right.
Oh.
So this was really the last, and you're lacking the single drive, but this is really the last version that was that looked in this form factor, and then, and then it went to what? To the SFD 1001 then? Kind of like
Yes.
as a.
So they moved into the newer factors here, and they look just like the 41 cases.
Yeah, the 1541 indeed.
We got the SFDs. I've got 2 of the same. I didn't need to have 2 of them here,
nice.
but
Very, very
so
nice.
and the
I got 2 of those.
2031s. The 2031s that now I know that they have a case that is similar to the metal.
Yeah, they do.
So, but I stumbled across 2 different versions of these. So we've got the older one, like the 1540s, black label, and we've got the dark face. It's the Alps
Yeah, the
drive.
pull down, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then you've got the newer model, like the standard 41s, and it has the neutronics.
Now, I think to remember that the drive unit in there, though, you can just switch over. That you could just put the Alps or the Mitsumi in there. I would presume, right?
It looks like that's what they've done. So, and this shows it.
Hmm.
None of
Very,
these,
very nice.
unfortunately, these are non-functional. All of these,
Yet.
none of these
Yet.
work. So, yet, that's right. Currently non-functional units. So-
Currently non-functional. How about what you got in the background there? What do you got? Where does it go from there?
Okay.
So these are your last pet drives then. Those four drives all designed for the pet. They're the ones on the left as well, right?
Yeah, these are all IEEE 488.
Okay, only, they're not
Yeah.
dual standard or anything. They're only
No.
IEEE.
I don't
Okay.
think Commodore ever made anything that was dual standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I
there
think
was
you'd
at
have to
no
buy the
point in
cards for
time,
'em.
okay.
Yeah.
See, there's the back and what
Yeah.
they look like.
The MSD was the only drive I knew that really was a dual.
Yeah, I
have there.
remember that one. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's a missed opportunity almost, I guess. Or maybe there wasn't that much overlap for people.
Maybe. So they don't have JU 570s. They've got some other brand drive, and I can't even read it, but it's not JU. So
Okay.
it looks a little bit different. Well, this
Okay.
particular one. So who knows? Chris's other two
Yeah.
drives there
Yeah,
could be
Chris may
identical.
have some sitting under a bed or somewhere that we may in the coming years come across some.
Yeah, I haven't really
Or
gone
even
into these
those.
other drives yet, so
Yeah.
it's, it could be.
But I'm thinking since that I pulled this drive out already, it probably needs to go to the auction.
Is that what it is?
Nice.
Might as well.
I think
And
so.
if-
Yeah, I had to call the acquisition department. They had to go down
And
to
the
the vault.
acquisition department voted unanimously.
Yeah, they went down to the vault and got this for me out of the vault. So I'm thinking this has got to go to the auction.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I did mention that I was gonna show you the condition of this drive. This is what I got it. Do you see it?
Oh my goodness,
Oh.
look at that dust bucket.
This is,
1970s dust.
yep.
Wow.
I mean, this is just,
That is, what did they do? Did they drag it behind the truck or something?
yeah, probably sat in the storage unit next to the freeway or something. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, that
So it looks
Wow.
like it's complete.
yeah.
Just needs
It's
to,
just filthy.
I just need to take it out back and hose it down, garden hose or
Right.
something.
Wow, that is one filthy unit. Well, but dust can be good as well, it protects it from everything else that might fall into it.
Yeah, like rodents.
I have to get my hands free so that I can free up some space here.
Chris, as usual, you're not doing it small, eh? You always said when you say I'll show a couple of printers, we know that you'll bring 20. When you say I'll show a Commodore monitor, you bring up 20. So you thought I'll do the same with the drives here. That's
Well, this-
awesome.
This is fun because if you're into collecting, this will help you to know what
How much,
you're
how
getting into.
far off you still are?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Somebody's
Okay.
watching this right now going, oh
I don't
man, I
know
got a
if
lot to catch
everybody
up.
watching is going to be as happy as you are to see this. They're going to say that I thought I was close to being complete, and now
Okay, so now we're moving on to the older ones. Here's the 1540.
okay.
This was
So
the one that
a
was
unit
released with
used
the
typically for the VIC then. I
VIC
guess.
20s.
Yep.
And then you move on to the next one, which is the VIC 1541. So you see
Now, what is the
style.
difference between those two then?
Well, the
Oh,
1540's got a different board.
yes.
Okay,
And
so it's an older board that sits in it, but from a functional point of view,
It's different.
oh, it's
it is
different as
different.
well.
It is different. So it actually loads programs faster on a VIC than it does on a 64.
Okay,
So, and there's a difference in the VIA handling or something like that.
okay,
And that's I remember from back in the day. 'Cause
okay.
everybody wanted to have a 1540 for their VIC, not a 1541.
Wow.
So,
From what I recall, I believe it's the 1540 that if you leave a disc in, it will, and you turn it on and off, it'll zap the disc.
yeah, I think so too. It's
I-
one of those things where the right circuitry was
Mhm.
not gated.
Oh, and therefore it could potentially zap part of your data. That's fun.
Yeah, well, just the directory.
Wow.
If you're on the directory track.
Wow. Right. So okay, so that's beautiful. They're all in very nice shape as well, it looks like, eh?
Yeah.
So,
they're great.
Yuri, before you joined this little clique of people back in the Stone Ages, Chris had an exhibit just like this, well, much bigger than this, actually at Convex.
Oh,
brought-
right.
Oh man. So this is I'm telling you right now, this is a very small part of his collection. I have seen the whole thing and it occupies an entire part of a room.
That is
Yeah,
great.
I've tried to get a sampling of everything that was different out of it here, and it's compact here because it's just the space. I don't have the two
Yeah.
tables to spread it
Right.
out upon.
Yeah, it's
It was, yeah, I had a lot of fun. Yeah, I had all the printouts and little displays for everything, and it was really nice.
Very, very cool.
That's right.
So
So
you got the 1540, then the 1541 indeed.
that's
And
the old
style
1541.
1541.
Yep.
And then we go over to, these are the standard. These are the ones where they are just a zillion.
Yeah, the new one. They're both
Yeah.
the old drive. That's the one that you pull down. That's the one, you know, for those people that are gonna start collecting drives, that's the most desirable one, because the one with the flip down will break. The head
They tend to
will
go
break easier.
Yeah, they tend to go sooner, but so
Yeah.
you've got your Alps and your Neutronics.
Yeah.
And that's how you know, is because Neutronics has the lever, Alps has the spring.
Right.
The toaster door.
Yep.
Right. And what are those things on the right then? Those look like OEMs.
Oh yeah, well, we get to those here in a sec. Here first, we got to move over to the next one.
Oh, the other
wait,
1541.
more variations of
And we
it.
got the C's.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you remember, the 1541s, this had the big boards.
Yeah.
And I'll pull. This is an interesting mod here, and I'm looking at the colors are a little different on the case. I don't know if maybe they used a new top when they did a slight modification. They put a little view window in there so they can watch the mechanics operate.
Wow.
But it is C, and it is stamped on the bottom as a.
Okay. Is that a European import or?
Now the C's. Another thing that you'll notice if you look closely at the labels, I'll turn this around. The older ones are Japan, made in Japan. See, this one here is made in Taiwan.
Okay.
So you'll see a lot of the newer drives are made in Taiwan.
No.
So I'll pull this one off here so that you get, if you notice the labels, so you get the silver and cream labeling on some of them, and some of them, like this one, that I still think this was a mod, but
right. Yeah, it could be.
That looks like it's.
Yeah,
but this is your dead giveaway that it's a C.
Right.
You know, the C's are a better drive.
Yep.
The head bang, they address the head banging with that.
Okay.
So for those who know,
it wouldn't go out of.
It's got optical end stop in it, so it doesn't rattle at all.
And that's the short board.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Not all of them are short boards. The one down below is a long board.
Yeah, just whatever was available. Again, the story of Commodore, whatever.
I believe that one is a long board too. So
nice.
So that's how you can tell the difference between those.
I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of people cursing now that thought that they were complete, and they now know that they need quite a few more drives.
Okay, so now we can go over to get these out of the way. So I need some space here. All right, so let's go over to one more. There is one more that has to be addressed here, and that is this is the 1551.
Oh, that's the Holy Grail.
That's the Holy Grail for a lot of people, eh?
The Holy Grail, yes.
Yeah, because it's not broken.
Exactly. They are
notorious. But this is the one that would connect to a C16, C116 plus 4, those type of units.
Yep.
Eh?
Yes, the plus 4.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot faster.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, the cases of those, the plastic used for those is more brittle than anything else. So most of the time, if you purchase one of these, it will have significant plastic damage.
Yeah, they're made out of glass or something.
Yeah,
it's.
I bought several of them that
break upon touch,
and they do.
The box looks good. That it's destroyed.
Yeah.
So yes, I was absolutely thrilled when I got this in and it was all intact.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
So
that is a complete
otherwise completely useless piece of electronics, I would say, because there's very few people that actually would connect this up and work with this. I presume this is again a European drive. This would need a power conversion, right?
Yeah, that's European power. So this is when we were looking at, and I decided that it was going to be such a hassle converting it that this is now just a display.
Okay.
I won't be converting this to US power.
Yeah.
You could get a transformer adapter, then you could go the other way.
Yeah, you
probably
could do that. Or you could just keep it as a display piece, what it will end up being anyways, because I don't see you start using it as a daily driver.
No,
it won't load protected stuff. I mean, it's basically good for data disks. That's about it.
Right.
Now we have
pretty though.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it looks great.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, that's
So-
definitely envy there. That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
for sure.
Now I've put together, these are the third
Wow.
party.
Yep.
The clones.
There's another one out there that is a very rare one that was made. I can't remember who it was. They made a clone, and it had a 1541 case, but it was all blank.
Oh,
I think I've seen the ads for that in Run magazine, where they advertise those. Those are extremely hard to find, but they did make those. I know CMD.
yeah.
They made the little floppy drives, the 2000 and the 4000, and
Right.
the hard drives.
Wow. Hey, so
So-
what is the clones that you got there? The one on the bottom. How do you insert the disc on that one?
That's
So
the Indus
this-
GT. That's
yeah,
got a
that's-
flip up door.
Oh, a flip up.
Little flip
Oh my
up.
goodness.
See how
Yep.
that-
Look at that thing.
and it has a little
Track
display,
display.
so
Wow.
you can see protect. There's a lot of options. These were actually a really nice.
Were they any good though?
System.
Were they very compatible or not so?
Yeah, they're pretty good. The
Yeah.
Indus GT was originally designed for the Ataris, and there was
Oh.
such a scream from the Commodore industry, they made a Commodore version of it. And so
Interesting.
you can find a version for the Atari 400, 800 that work with it, replaces the 1050 drive. But yeah, these are actually not too bad for compatibility wise.
Yes, they
Really
do
close
well.
to the ROM, not the same ROM, but of course, if you went and got a Jiffy DOS ROM, then
Oh,
It's
that would
basic-
solve for some of
yeah,
that.
and they make a Jiffy DOS ROM just for this drive.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
This one here is the blue chip.
That's the blue chip one, I think
Yeah.
it's called,
Yep.
yeah?
That's blue chip. Now this particular drive I've never used, so I don't know.
I think these have the similar or same adapter need as the 1541-2 has. It's an external power supply.
Yeah,
isn't it?
there is. Yes. And then we
And
have
then the one on top, that is
Yeah,
one
the
ugly
enhancer.
design. Oh, enhancer
Yeah.
2000.
this one.
Yeah.
I was looking really close, and it looks like it has been very lightly used.
Hmm.
I have the box for it, and but it's missing some things. It doesn't have any documentation.
Well, these were cheaper
it's-
alternatives, I presume, or even availability alternatives. I don't know if it was mostly price driven or just whether or not it was available or not.
From what I understand, these are really good drives. That's
So availability back in, when Commodore first started shipping drives. So I worked at Commodore in 1983. The location in Portland, and the service center, and they had a store as well. I know that the store jacked up the price of the drives because we could get them,
Right.
and you couldn't get them anywhere else. You couldn't go to Toys
Right.
R Us or a place like that. So the price of the drive was really, really high, and because they just weren't available anywhere. And it was that way for a long time, actually. I remember probably all through 84, drives were still hard to get. And then all of a sudden, no idea what happened. There was just a flood of them everywhere. And I think in the interim, people were starting to make disk drives because of the fact there wasn't very many, and there was a big market growing for it, and
Right.
also more competitive in price wise. So they had also in the clone department, there was the Ocean made one,
Okay.
the Accelerator, I think it's called Accelerator Drive,
Right.
and
Mhm.
that's the one that had the big snafu with Commodore and lawsuit and all that stuff. With CMD was involved with looking at ROM data and all that. So that was a super tiny drive too. It was like 1581 size, but a 1541, just barely. The edges were right on the edge of the case of the size of the floppy drive, so it was really
Right.
small, and it was okay drive. I actually have a interesting experience with that company. So I went to the World of Commodore show in Pasadena in 80. It's had to been 83. And maybe it was 84, early 84, because it was a spring show, and that company was there, and they were talking to me about doing ROM stuff and all these different things, and I thought, that's interesting. I don't know if this company will ever do anything. And then later on, they had the issue with Commodore and all that stuff. But yeah, for availability of drives, that was the big reason why I think some of these manufacturers got into it initially, and then they just kind of at that point try to do competition wise better
Wow.
price. So, but compatibility was a problem, because if you got to do your own ROMs and it's got to work with summer games and rapid lock stuff, it's difficult to make everything work with
Right. So where do we go from here on the left?
Okay, so now we enter into the last
Nice.
phase. So we have
That's what I want.
the 1571s, and these are about the best Commodore drives. They're the best at 5 1/4 you can get.
Hands down.
Yeah, they are fantastic drives. These, I absolutely love them.
Yeah.
There's the 1570, which was
Super
sold
rare.
more. You can
But this
still
is
find these.
that's that single-sided version of the 1571, for all
Yes.
intents and purposes.
Yep.
So this was just, I guess, if I understand, this was a stopgap while they were in the process of providing.
Yeah, because you take a look inside that disk drive. If you look at the board, it's all wired crazy in there. So it's got a 1571 board in there, but they've wired it all so it's only single-sided, and it is a stopgap measure. It's typical Commodore fashion. Let's get something out to hold people over and just use whatever parts we can to make it work.
Right.
Yep. So you've got your 1570, your 1541C case.
Yep.
They've got their own label for that. Another thing interesting is that these faces are painted. This is not the original color that you're seeing. So it looks like they're scratches or marks, but they're actually chips in the paint. So you see the little dark.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
So that's this.
Wow.
This cream is not the original color of the face.
Wow.
It's interesting that they went that route.
Wow.
And we also have the modern versions of the 1541s. They went
That's
to the
the 1541 too, that resolved all of the heat
with the
issues.
separate drives. Yeah. So I
is external.
Mhm.
They're always lost when you buy them. When you buy these units, typically these power supplies somehow gotten lost or separated from the device.
That's a good drive too.
They're very reliable,
Yeah, it's a good drive. The 1571 is still a little bit better, but that's a really good drive. It was a good progression in their technology.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's something that they, I don't know, my personal opinion was they should have come out with that a year earlier than they did. But anyway, so what I have here is that I found that there are 2 different versions of these drives. And if you look at the face, see how there's just a little bit of gap here between the disc and right here.
Yes.
And if you go over to this drive, this is a really thin piece here with like a little knob underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is the Chinon drive, and this is a Neutronics drive.
Okay. Well, flip it open then. That's turn the flip. Do you see any difference if you? No. Flip the right hand drive.
Flip the lever up.
Yeah, the lever up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, you do see a difference.
Oh yeah, you see it immediately. It's a different lever as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different in how they handle that. They did really well in their.
So you gotta think about, just like with the keycaps and the keyboards. Look how many different types of plastic.
But this is what no one
have.
wants to hear, obviously, Jim. Because anybody that's now thought, oh, I got a 1541 too, I got that, has now learned, oh, actually, there's different variations for that. So they're now going to be all on eBay. You now need the other one as well.
Chris will single-handedly increase the value of that.
So you see the difference here?
Yeah, well,
this one.
Oh
here.
yeah.
The different disk drive completely.
Yeah, it's totally different.
Yeah. Well, we got a friend Michael that definitely now will be on eBay because I don't think he's got 2 different ones of these yet. Or maybe he does, but a different one from this.
And then, of course,
look at this.
We have the favorite.
Most 3D printed drive of this hot moment.
Yeah, for real.
So they have 1581s.
So just for clarity, this is a real one, not a 3D print.
This is an original, totally original.
Yeah.
Now I'm not sure there. I know that there are the early ones that have the WD
1770.
Yeah, 1770.
Yeah, the bug. Yep.
That's with the bug. So if you've got one of those, you've got the rarer drive.
But is that wasn't that solved in ROM?
No, chip. So the MFM controller chip, basically the 1770 versus the 1772.
Oh, okay. So you would just need to flip those over. Eh? They're otherwise pretty
Just change the
compatible, aren't they?
chip out. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But the thing is that now that if you've got the old chip, now you've got the older drives.
Mm.
So just saying,
So you want two
if you're looking for
as well, is what you're
collecting
saying?
and you want the version,
Check your serial number.
yep, there you go. So yep.
Those are extremely expensive drives, and it's a bit odd, because it became very, very popular to recreate this board. There's all kinds of versions now. There's people that have made boards for dual drives. Chris, I think, did a nice job. Other Chris did a nice job open sourcing projects on that. Some people have made even adapter changes, so it could be fed with a normal 12-volt barrel connector. People are putting in some modifications, so you can use a little PC drive in this. So I like all the creativity that's going on there, but obviously you will want that and an original.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
If you're a collector, sure.
Right.
Now, for those who don't know, I know that there are a lot who do, so this is old information, but with your 71 and your 81, you get the added function that they will read the MFM discs. So the old IBM 360Ks you can read on the 71.
Yeah, that's
and the old IBM, the 720K, you can read in that one.
Yeah,
Big
the other
blue
thing
reader.
I have with Nate's Nate's Zoom floppy project, the 1571 will allow you to do nibble without modifications to the drive. So if you've got a Zoom floppy adapter, you want to kind of make some copies of your original homework and all of that, whatever you did back in those days, and it can make nibble copies of that
Fast.
and it works a lot faster as well.
The 1571 drives were 2 megahertz capable, and they had to do that because of the C128's burst mode.
Right.
Now, another program you did mention, Big Blue Reader.
Yep.
There is another one out there that I found.
Okay.
And that is the CMD's W Copy Plus.
Right. Yep.
So
yeah, they had a lot of software that actually supported these drives, and also their FFD with FT2000 and FT4000. I've got those drives.
Yep. Well, they thinking in mind of being able to go back and forth between those and the hard drives and RAM links and such. So
and MSD drives too.
Yeah. So that's a simple rundown of a bunch of the different types, things to look for.
So Rodolfo came up with 2 questions. I'll start with this last one. Was the SFD 1001 001 the drive that could make use of HD disks?
Yes.
Yep.
Was that the only one that could?
Yes. Well, the 2031 could do was a single-sided, and then the 8250s from Commodore, those were double-sided, double density.
The LP, it looks like that one can do it. I know that
8250s.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The 8050 is a single-sided version that's high density, one side.
Okay. Now Rodolfo had another question. He says, was it the Announcer 2000 or the Blue Chip drive that had a Jiffy DOS ROM that was lost in time? He thought there was a clone drive that at one time had a Jiffy DOS ROM available. Not many bought the ROM. I don't know. I've got a collection of all of the Jiffy DOS ones. Jim Brain will be the right one to answer this because he's got the whole collection and is the distributor for it. I don't know, Rodolfo. I'll look that up. I'll come back on that one because I ought to be able to give that answer. I just, I have a couple of these clone drives. I think I've got a couple that are different from yours even.
Yeah, there's a Turbo Master.
That will make you lose sleep.
Yeah. There's a few. I haven't been active in pursuing those. I've been looking for other expensive things.
Other items to add.
So, but yeah,
and let's not forget the 128 DCR.
Yes.
That's got a 1571 built into it.
That's true.
Yep.
There
it is, right there. Right there.
There you go. And not confuse that with the European version that looks like a suitcase or with a handle on it that's plastic, because the American ones were metal.
That's true.
Yeah.
The
I didn't
DCR
even
case,
know the plastic one until years later.
I didn't either.
Well, that's another one of those great to have units. All of these 128s. It's interesting also on the Discord. You know, a lot of people love the
Oh, it's a cult.
the 128 machines. That's not really a Commodore.
So there's, yeah,
Well.
it's well, it's not classic, but
Nice.
there are drives there.
That was after the end of Commodore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Dabble in
I
that
don't
market.
think. I maybe at some point in time the Colt will become highly desirable, but I don't know. That's the entering PC era. Everything became.
Well, when they become highly desirable and somebody wants to spend a lot of money, give me a call.
or trade, trade against those.
There
Trade
you go.
against 1551s or anything else really. You know, anything that has got the original Commodore.
Oh yeah, I'll trade that for one of those Commodore hard drives. What was it? The 990 series? 9000
Oh
yeah.
yeah, 9005 and all those.
Yeah, that's a good
So,
trade.
do you have an MSD drive there?
Somewhere I have a single.
Oh,
I
got a
haven't been
couple of
able
the
to find
duals.
that one. Yeah, I know I have a single that's floating around here somewhere, and I couldn't find it. I would like to have had it here, but I couldn't
Not
get it.
immediately accessible.
Nope. It's another one of those not yet functioning drives that I just haven't had the time to work on. I've had other projects I wanted to do first.
So it wasn't just Commodore that used whatever parts they could. Like the MSD drives, they use the drives that were also used in the K-Pro, which look very similar to the drives that are in the Colt. So I think a lot of manufacturers simply just got whatever they could get their hands on at the time. You know, for mechanics and for electronics, they do their own little spin on it. But I remember I had one MSD drive that was bad, and I went to the forums to figure out how I could get a hold of a disk drive, and it was like, go look at a K-Pro. Like, seriously?
Yep.
Yank it out of that one.
Yep. Yeah.
So what's your favorite now, eh? Because you got so many, so you're gonna have to have a favorite.
Well, is what I do. 71s are probably my absolute favorite out of all of them, just because of I can just go so many different ways with it.
Yeah.
And they've just been so reliable over the years.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, but yeah.
Chris, I know you're gonna be out for work for a large part of the event. So it's been nice that we got a little treat of you with an insert on part of your collection here. That's well, I know got a lot of drives. You've got a lot of duplicates as well for projects.
All the spares, you mean, like that?
Yeah.
I think what's been interesting at this past year, comparing to last year, is you've actually started quite a few of these hardware projects now. To kind of where last year, I think it was last year, you were cleaning up drives a lot. Now you kind of started moving to kind of power conversion for a couple of drives as well.
Yeah, I wanted to get this one. I wanted to get the LP here running so that I could use it. It is actually the best IEEE drive that I have. I've got, I think, 3 2040s and 2 different 8050s. I think one of them, I think the other one is like an 8050N or whatever, the latest version. I can't remember what the designation was, but so I've got one of those. But I think this one here is my best option to get an actual IEEE drive up and running.
Right.
So that's where I went with this one.
Yeah.
So pretty cool.
I keep my favorite drive on my desk.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to lift up a little bit. That's nice with the little with your OLED display in it.
Yep. So this is my my dream drive right here.
Yeah.
There you go. Awesome. Yeah. So when I'm working, I've got my system set up. I'll actually mix a bunch of them. So I've got lately I've been using the 70, the 71, the C, and the 81 for, because I can cover everything and do anything I want with those drives.
That makes a lot of sense.
And sometimes I'll just decide I want to hook up 4 of the old ones and play that game.
I love it.
But love options. And so, well, I hope that this helps those who are interested to see.
Chris, I think the
where they need
least
to
that you'll
go.
have done for those people that are going to rewatch these videos, typically we get the rewatch is where things pick up. I fear that for those that are live watching, you better go on eBay now if you're kind of like thinking, well, maybe
Yeah.
I should look. Because once people start picking up on the videos, you're going to be paying more. So you better start your search right now because prices are going to go up. You're going to be scalpers around for some of these devices. Everybody should come take a look at their drives now, see what their fascia of the drive looks like, and maybe start comparing pictures on eBay. I think there is a buy, sell, trade channel that
We do
as well.
We have one. And I think I'm going to go ahead and put this 2031 on the auction tomorrow. So it'll go live on the auction tomorrow. Be a one-day auction. So it'll end at Sunday at noon.
Yeah.
Cool.
So if you want a 1001, the 1001 drive, not 2031, excuse me, show 1001. There you go.
Yeah.
SFD 1001. That's the high density drive, IEEE. I have also, which I'm kind of reluctant to put on here, but I'll show you a piece of history. But most people probably have never seen before. So this is an interface for the Commodore 64 for IEEE drives.
Oh my
And-
goodness.
Oh,
An
Skiles.
original
Yep.
Yeah, it's an original Skiles Electric Works.
advertisement.
That and a little clip lead that you got to put on, and so it's a standard IEEE. So I might actually put
Very
that
cool.
with the drive. I've got a couple of these. There's a couple people that actually make brand new IEEE cartridges for 64 that work with the drives as well. So
Right.
maybe I won't do it. I don't know. This is really rare. So, but I
Just
have
for the
several of
collectors.
the SFD 1001s. I don't need to have as many as Chris. So
Two. Two.
I think I have got 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
So I
and
probably-
Chris, we know you got
Two.
more than 2.
Yeah, you got 2 on camera. That's
You
it.
just don't know where they are, but we know you do
Well,
have.
yeah, probably, but
So, right. Anyways,
So-
Chris, I think I thanks a lot for showing some of this collection here. Obviously, for next year, we want to see the low profile one, the big one running
Yeah,
on a
Yeah,
pad.
get up and running.
We want to see that.
yeah.
That's going to be a cool project.
Yep. Awesome possum. All righty, guys. Well, enjoy the rest of the show.
well, so
Thanks, Alfred.
basically I think because our midterm person is not going to present today, so we don't have anything for the 2 o'clock hour, and we'll stop at 3. So I guess we can be done for the day. 'Cause
I
we've
think
got-
we should. I think we this was a good setup day. I think
Yep.
we got a bonus video set out of that. That's
Yep.
fantastic. And then tomorrow, rise and shine. We got a
Yep.
lot of people joining there. So that's going to be an awesome day.
yeah, tomorrow's a full day too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
so and everybody needs to take a nap because when Bitscape comes on, it is insane.
Awesome.
I'm hosting the videos from here, so I had to go through all the videos and make sure they all work and stuff. And every time, man, Saj just outdoes himself every single time.
Yeah,
it's
I'm looking
crazy.
forward to
Awesome.
it. I think
Yeah,
that's
right.
at 7 p.m. PST. I think tomorrow.
No, 5 o'clock. 5
Oh,
o'clock.
5
tomorrow.
o'clock. 5.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
But
for
we
setting
start
me straight.
tomorrow morning early, and we've got great presenters all day long. So tomorrow is packed full of people. So
That's
it's going to be a good day tomorrow, and
Awesome.
we're packed on Sunday too.
It is
So-
a packed day. This schedule has been quite the challenge this time to get everything in.
Yeah, to get everything to
awesome.
fit. So
Yeah, awesome. Tomorrow
Cool.
we got Jim, of course. We got I think Mike may or may not. He's got some technical issues. We'll
no,
work
he should be okay.
Okay. Then we got
Cool.
Chris. We got Gideon.
Cool.
Obviously, we got
Oh, yeah.
Ken Hurley. We got Nick. We got you again, Jim. And then of course at 5 o'clock it goes all rocket ship.
Yeah,
with,
and then
with-
while it's happening as well, while you're listening to the tunes, if you don't want to look at psychedelic stuff, sometimes like some of the videos are, you are welcome to join us on the Discord. And Yuri here is going to be doing the 64 repairathon
Oh gosh, yes. So
So
yeah, if you want to see broken C64s being repaired while you play Sages in the background or otherwise,
yeah,
we'll have some of that going as well.
yeah, definitely. Should be a good day tomorrow and the
Awesome.
next as well. All right,
Be
guys.
fun.
Well, I'm gonna switch back to Slay Radio for a bit, and then
Thanks,
we're gonna call
guys.
it a day.
See ya.
Take care.
See you later.
See ya.